Well, hello, good evening, everybody, everyone, whichever. Welcome back to the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. It's a pleasure to be back here, brought to you and powered by EA Sports F1 and also IMB as well. We are back for yet another feast of racing as we head into our next round. And yes, it is a double header. And yes, as you can see from Dan Gilligan's picture behind you, it is Miami. We're looking forward to it. Of course, Dan's dressed for the occasion. He's got his opened top shirt. I am here with a baby face. The beard is gone for the first time in years. I can't wait. It's my first time commentating Miami on the EA Sports F1 game, which is absolutely bizarre. But I'm here to welcome not only myself, George Morgan, but also Dan Gilligan. Welcome back to EA Sports F1 Creator Series, Dan.
Thank you very much. I've been brought in, of course, naturally at great expense, and it's here for chaos. We're going to come in with some spicy takes, which you would expect of a Dan Gilligan-George Morgan combo, and we're going to have some fun, everybody. I think that this, if you've not watched any of the occasions in the past when I've done some commentary, then buckle in, get ready, put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye.
You are in for a real treat. And I could say, just to clarify Dan Gilligan's comments in terms of the budget, we are now no longer having a Creator Series Christmas party this year. That has officially been cancelled. Let's move onwards as well to our team behind the clip book as well. We've got to introduce the one and the only Josh Richards. Josh, welcome back again, sir. You'll be providing us with all the entertainment and behind-the-scenes footage of what the drivers will be experiencing, I'm sure, and giving us some insight and analysis around the Hard Rock Stadium circuit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Another street track here in the Creator Series. It's going to be absolute chaos. I'm sure should be plenty of clips to find.
Yeah, there definitely will be plenty. Thank you so much, Josh. We'll be back with you when we get into the action, that's for sure. But just to give you guys the scoops behind the scenes as well, those of you watching, tuned in across the globe, big warm welcome, first and foremost, to the Creator Series. If you haven't done so already, please make sure you leave a follow. If you're watching us on Twitch or if you're watching us on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. Also leave a like, and also check out the social medias as well at F1 Creator Series on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Now, let's get into the standings. Of course, top of the tree at this moment in time, it's Tier Metmardik. He is leading the way in terms of the point situation by 6, and it could yet extend, Dan, because, of course, Alex Gillen stuck on an aeroplane. He will not be featuring here tonight, and I get the sense that this is just the opportunity Tier Metmardik needs in order to stretch that advantage for that third title.
Well, you would think so. I mean, Alex being stuck on a plane does not help. Really, the only way it would help is if that plane were diverted, would then release an enormous hook and then pick up Ben's house or something like that on the way and stop him from racing. But I have a sneaking suspicion that's not going to happen. So, yeah, Gillen in the mud for this week's race. We hope, of course, that he gets home safe and everything else, because then we can take the mickey out of him next week as well.
And in person.
We'll... And in person, exactly, yes. So we'll wait and see. I think, though, in behind, you cannot discount the other drivers we've got today. Of course, double header, which means double opportunity for points. So if things were to go all awry for Mr. Daly, then we could end up seeing, say, Karim, Jake, GB, maybe Razin as well, getting themselves in the mix there and doing well. I mean, Razin's on a decent run of form at the moment. He's been able to get himself a couple of podiums and in the last 3 rounds, so it's not been a bad bit of hunting as far as he's concerned. And then, of course, you know, GB has won 2 races this season, same too for Karim. You could say for Karim, maybe could have been more as well.
I would argue that he definitely could, you know, have obtained more. I look back at United States and he could have very easily won that particular race too. He was so quick when we went to Texas. And I must say, GB68, his most successful season to date in the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. The first time he has hit more than 1 solitary victory. Of course, he has 3 to his name in total in the Creator Series itself, but it's the first time he's done more than 1 in 1 season of the Creator Series. Of course, taking victory back in the Italian job and also at the fan vote just recently in our most recent visit. But here are the standings. Of course, 102 for Tier Metmardik, and of course at the top we've got Alex Gillen just 6 points behind. What this has done as well to the team standings, it's left Aston Martin, as I said, GB68's consistency, mere consistency, along with that guy Vince, a very formidable driver partnership that has led to them being 13 points clear of Visa Cash App RB in second place, who too arguably have a sensational lineup. 2 former champions, Alex Gillen being one, who incidentally has a fabulous record around this circuit. It's almost criminal. We won't see him here tonight, Dan.
It is a little bit, really, yes. And, you know, it's it is one of those things where you get a lot of those what ifs throughout a season when you get some of these unexpected circumstances. So we'll have to see how his stand-in does. Of course, Safso, our great legendary champion from season 1, also just fantastic human being generally. We love you very much, Safso. But he's of course got now an opportunity to kind of lead RB throughout this event and see how he's able to do. It's one we'll hopefully see a good bit of point scoring from both teams. I think that though, with Alex being away, you must say advantage now is in the hands of Aston Martin for this weekend. They've got, as you say, both those drivers. I would say that each driver on a results basis of the season so far, you'd have to say is pretty comparable to the other. So, GB with Gillen and then Vince with Safso. So the fact that we've now lost one of that pairing for RB is, logically you'd think, well, Aston are going to score some more points. But again, anything can happen in motor racing. And it usually does.
And it usually does. I was just about to say that as well. Spot
We're
on.
Like an old married couple, George. We finish each other's sentences.
Hey, listen, synergy, Dan. Talking of Alex Gillen, he's obviously been in the chat. He wants to know what his record is. Well, I can tell you, Alex Gillen. I mean, you probably know what it is anyway. But back in season 2, you took pole for the very first visit that we had here in the Creator Series, and then went on to victory. You then came back and took pole again for the mystery race that we had around this track in season 3, which was eventually won by Rasin Chai. But not only that, you came back in season 6 and took victory here again in the race after the sprint, which was actually won by Matty D13 of all people in the sprint. But Alex Gillen then taking yet another victory around this circuit. So the only driver to actually go and take more than one victory around this circuit, the only other one being in a full race context, being Rasin Chai. So, one of the best records we have got, or certainly the best record we have seen at this circuit. So we'll look forward to seeing where this is going to turn. Obviously, Tiamat Marduk historically has not necessarily had the success of many around this circuit, so we could yet see another twist, maybe even a new winner. But Formula Karim, definitely one to watch, Dan. Obviously, we've spoken about his opportunities all the way back in the United States, and obviously driving for the fabled McLaren. It's a team close to your heart as well. You're going to be hoping that he's going to do the business tonight, I can imagine.
He will do the business, obviously. He's Karim. He's the greatest driver in Creator Series. He's driving for the best team, and definitely none of those things are being motivated by the fact he's driving for McLaren. He's brilliant. He's fantastic. I also hear a fantastic lover as well.
Oh, wonderful indeed. I mean, Karim, in a very, very short space of time, has done a phenomenal job in racking together, of course, his race victory that he managed to pull together back in race 2. We alluded to the Imola round, of course, the Italian job as well. We had Monza just before that too, but he had so many other opportunities to scoop yet more results, and did so back at Monaco as well, also taking the intermediate tyre pole as well. Extra points going his way in that case. But we're going to be seeing a couple of returns as well, Dan, and a couple of driver changes as well. We lose Mr. Dale. We lost him very last minute here today. Matati coming straight in. Of course, he's only had a few starts, 2 races to his name coming in tonight as well. We've got Gwat coming in as well in place of Alex Gillen, who can't make it. He's had only 8 races so far in the Creator Series. But we've got to talk about one driver that's returning, and generally in amongst the folklore, as part of the story really that has existed in the Creator Series ever since season 1, and that is Tom. He is back in the Alpine this time alongside Rasin Chai. Now that on its day is a successful pairing that has been successful in the past. They are former Constructors champions. Both of them are former world champions as well. Another team that really should be doing a lot better and could well do now that Tom's back in the team.
Absolutely. And it's, as we've already mentioned, it's 2 opportunities to score points tonight with the 2 different races. So there's no cap on the points or anything like that. So, we're doing 2 races, so there'll be less points awarded. No, full points. So in terms of all of that, Alpine, they currently sit, and I think this really is a highlight of just how good of a season Rasin is having as well, where he's in 5th place in the Constructors. And I say he because Tom, of course, hasn't contributed any of those points. So, no. You might have had the occasional points by reserves and things like that. But generally speaking, it's been a one-man show for Alpine this season. And so now getting these 2 great drivers, both former champions, of course, both, as you say, Constructors champions as well. So this should then lead them to having a good situation overall.
Yeah, I mean, Ricardo's just touched on it as well in the live chat. Obviously, folks, we will be taking a deep dive into basically why Tom has been away for so long. Obviously, he's been spending a lot of time away, revolutionising his setup, so to speak. But we'll have some picture-in-picture later on just to show you exactly what that looks like, because it's absolutely outrageous. But we will pull that together later on. In terms of other teams, obviously Hayden Gull is stepping out. We've got Ultra Killer stepping in as well, Dan. So that's a new name, pretty much, coming home to roost here this time. Has actually never made a prior appearance. In fact, currently not a single result under their belt in the Creator Series. A new face, new name, but a new possibility. Who knows?
A new possibility, and if their name is literal, then the rest of the grid needs to live in fear and terror.
Yeah, and there's a few hairpins around Miami, which might be of grand concern if his name rings true. I mean, I'm talking about the realms of turn 6, turn 7. I mean, turn 1 is blind enough coming into the first hairpin, and then you've got that brutal turn 17 coming through turn 18, and I'm not even mentioning the semi chicane of 14 and 15. In fact, it is just a straight chicane with high curbs. I mean, there's lots there to be worried about.
There is a lot to be worried about. Especially in a race like this. I mean, Miami's a really, really interesting one. It was derided a bit, of course, initially when it was the car park Grand Prix, because it literally goes to the car park of the what is it, Miami Dolphin Stadium or whatever it happens to be. So it's Hard Rock Stadium. That's the one. And so when we saw all of this first coming together, it was, well, maybe not. Of course, Charles Leclerc famously did not get along well with it in free practice a few years ago. So it's you have an interesting set of corners around the circuit. Some areas where, they're technically corners, but it's a bit like Austria's turn 2. They're not really a corner in a Formula 1 car. We're talking about areas like 9 and 10, for example, on the run down to 11. Now, 11's a proper corner. 11's going to be one of those areas I think we will see overtaking. It is a DRS straight, of course. You've then got that very, very sharp, almost, if not exactly 90-degree corner through there as well. To my eye, that looks a little bit even harsher than 90 degrees. But then you come through turn 12, as you say. 12, I feel like it breaks up the flow in that area of the circuit a little bit. If they had something which was maybe you've come to this big hard stop, and then you come around this sort of a bit too slow corner to really be able to do anything, but it's one line, there's not really much you can do. You then have the left that comes after it, so again, there's not really much possibility to get alongside there unless you've already been alongside since turn 11. So 12 is a bit of a corner. 14, 15, as you say, bit of a tricky one. 16, I guarantee somebody's going to try and send a dive up the inside of 16 at some point on someone. And then, as you say, 17, at the end of a very long straight, and then these drivers are going to be on DRS for the last 2/3 of it. It's going to be just unpleasant if you are the car on the outside there, I have a suspicion.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, I mean, alluding to the DRS, we've actually got 3 sectors of DRS, really, as at this point. We've got, basically, there's one in each sector. There's one in the opening sector, of course, sector 1, where you go down the long straight alongside the front end of the Hard Rock Stadium, and then going through around turn 10, you've got the long DRS run, as you alluded to, into turn 11, the overtaking spot. You've got the same then down the huge straight, one of the long straights you're going to see in Formula 1, 16 down to 17. There's a feast of overtaking opportunities around what is very much classified as a street circuit. Very unique, though, in its own sense. And something that is always unique is Safso himself, as well, as we take a look at him out on track. Aviators in full flow. PS1 Hagrid makes a return. He'll be one driver to watch, obviously, around a track such as this. And I do wonder how he's going to obviously cope with some of the challenges out there. This is a track that's, on one level, it can offer a little bit of spice, but for drivers themselves, it's fairly infamous, especially on the F1 game, Dan.
Yes, and it's one of those things where I would say that reality is not quite, it doesn't quite line up with how this circuit drives necessarily in the game. But when it comes to the confidence we see from these drivers around here, hopefully it's something which will persist throughout. And certainly it seemed as though Safso was quite confident on his outlap here. He's going down the straight and he was adjusting his glasses and doing a little wave off to the side somewhere as he was talking to his chat, undoubtedly. Comes out the final turn now, and of course he's got these intermediate tyres on, which means that he's going to be going for that intermediate pole. So an extra point available if in the first few minutes of the session you can set the fastest time on an intermediate tyre. So of course, as all that's going on, we see Safso making his way through that first sector then. through turn number 3 here. Big, long corner. It's a bit like Spain's turn 3 in a sense. And then you've got this really one-line section through here, unless you're able to somehow sneak your way alongside at the entry point to these corners. And then this very slow, very wide turn 7. That's then where things become a bit more tricky before then we have this big, long blast down towards turn number 11 with 9 and 10 on the way there as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for those of you confused as to why we only have 19 drivers, there was a couple of late pullouts. Obviously, Alex Gillen was expected to race here tonight, and as was Mr. Dale. Mr. Dale obviously caught up on a car project, wasn't actually able to make it back, so he wasn't able to partake in it. So obviously it has left us a little short, but we have got 19 nonetheless that are taking part in this round. As we now watch as Safso spins the tyres coming out of the corner out of turn 16 and now bombing down that long straight. Obviously, like I said, one of the fastest points on the circuit. As soon as we hit that 11:59 mark here in Q1, that'll bring an end to the Inters pole run, and we'll find out who is indeed fastest and will take that additional point. As he now heads down, just spinning up those tyres again. You can see a little bit of smoke elevating its way off the rubber surface as he now flies through now and around the final corner. Let's see where Safso's time sits on those intermediate runs. 1:28.874 to get us underway, Dan.
Absolutely, and this is another example really of how what we were saying before about how reality doesn't necessarily quite align with this circuit, because he's done a 1:28 there. GB's just done another 1:28 as well, 1:28.3. But if we then were to compare this, for example, to real-world qualifying results on slick tyres last year in Miami, well, the pole time was 1:27.2. So I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to blast our way past that by some margin here in this session. Only 13 and a bit minutes to go in order to do that, but if the intermediate time's already in the 28s, then it's going to be pretty quick on the slicks. And there we go. Our first example of that is Scott Taylor, who decides Inters is not for him at all. 1:26.4 as our first dry weather tyre time before it's then blitzed away by Formula Kai at 25.9.
25.9 under his belt, so that's 2 soft tyre laps now that have now been pushed out onto this circuit. We're just waiting for our live timing now to pick up as well on the side of the telemetry. But in terms of what's going on screen, Formula Kai looking the strongest at this stage. Obviously, bear in mind he will not be featuring, or at least not for now, an intermediate tyre lap, but at this point his fastest time will be that soft tyre compound run. Meraki making a return as well. Remember, former champion as well, goes 4th fastest here this time with a 1:28.567. Still with a bit of work to do though to encroach on the likes of GB, but for an intermediate run, that's not bad at all. Adam Sanderson, who was, I must say, brilliant back at Spa last time. He was initially fastest at Spa for quite a good deal of time, and I know that his teammate Benjamin Daly was taken by sheer surprise of that fact, but he had a stellar first stint as we now watch Noiguera head across the line and go 5th fastest in the Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very good effort there from Noiguera, or Nogueira, as Fabio has tried to educate me as to how he would pronounce it. And Fabio, of course, being Portuguese, Nogueira being Portuguese, you'd imagine that's probably how it is pronounced. But as it is then, down the back straight we go. Formula Karim in that one...
once again in a street circuit situation and try and hustle in a better result. He will have the ability to overtake, though, around the circuit as opposed to Monaco.
Absolutely. So, as we take a look at all that's going on then, certainly you all at home will be able to watch in wonder and amazement, and we can now see ourselves. Oh, look at us. Hey. Here we are. So there's something going on as far as our broadcast is concerned. So hopefully we're all back up to full working order in the not too distant future. But I mean, I suppose in the meantime here, we've got ourselves just, we could say anything. Oh no, there's something back on the screen once more. Oh, that's a shame. I was going to start talking and that thing that we mentioned earlier on. So, there's a bit of that could potentially have been talked about, but sadly, the audience at home won't get to hear it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a few fines, I think, posted out, I think, at the end of the broadcast today. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. We can confirm, though, folks, we've gone past the obviously just coming down towards the brink of the intermediate pole time, and it has gone to GB. We can confirm GB68 has taken Inter's pole. Meraki not quite doing enough to take it away from him, so it will go Aston Martin's way, and we're now waiting for the soft tyre times to conclude as well, but we still have 8 minutes and 50 of that right now. Tim Marduk out on track as well, a former champion, of course, looking for his third title. Let's see how he stacks here. Goes second fastest, just behind Formula Kai. So now we're seeing some of the heftier times roll on in, but as the track continues to improve, we will see more times filter through. Ultra Killer went 9th fastest as well. Nick Flies about to come through as well. Infratic coming across the line goes 8th fastest, at least for now. He's currently the highest placed Ferrari, which is a surprise because we know what Noigueira is like over one lap, but we know that Noigueira has only actually posted an intermediate time.
Absolutely, yep. So all these things yet to shape out in this qualifying session. 8 minutes left to go, and some spare change as well. And we can see now coming up towards the line, Lolinoba comes over, goes into 5th place. So the two Haas cars lining up 5th and 6th together. Not a bad showing at all from the pair of them. And now then Nick Flies is our next driver on the screens. Now, no time set for them so far in this session at all for Nick Flies. No even an attempt at the intermediate tyres, anything like that. So either they've just waited to get themselves out there that a bit later, or they've maybe had invalidated lap times up to this point, whatever it happens to be. This time, though, it looks like they do have a couple of green sectors on the board, come across the line, and not a bad attempt whatsoever. An 11th place, 126.7, so still within about a second and a half thereabouts of the pole time. And of course, we do have some right aliens here in the Creator Series. So there are an awful lot of quick times and quick drivers out there. And again, it's sort of, some drivers will have their strength in the race versus in qualifying, things like that. So there are various things to look at. And of course, in our second race, there's going to be plenty of extra drama and jeopardy potentially with the results of the first leading to a reversed grid, of course. So that's all to look forward to. However, we've got the rest of qualifying to see out just yet. So across the line now will come Adam Sanderson. Showed an incredible turn of pace last time out. Sadly, unlike Spa, not quite as quick for him. 9th place though, inside the top 10. Not a bad effort so far from what is his first lap on a set of soft tyres.
And you've got to remember as well, especially when you bring in that reverse grid factor when we move into race 2 later on, obviously that's going to cause a bit of a twist and a bit of a stir when obviously the results are kind of roped around as such after the results of race 1. But we're currently watching Tom on our screens as well in the Alpine on his almighty return here to the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. He's now hustling down the long straight with DRS open coming out of turn 16 down towards turn 17. It's great to have him back, and I'm sure Rasin Chai will be thrilled to have his very experienced teammate in this championship alongside him once again. He's got a lot of work to do though. Needs to try and raise himself off the bottom and bring himself to the top. Coming out of the final corner out of turn 19, goes only 15th fastest. And I can tell you, despite only setting a 29.6, first sector was actually reasonably good. Only 4/10 of the realm from the top times, was not far away from Tiamat Marduk, mere tenths away. It just seemed to fall off in that middle sector, and that seems to be the crux of the issue. That's where things can get rather technical.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, 15th place, it's not the best lap time for Tom's first return, especially when Razin's up there in 6th place, but he is driving an Alpine, so I suppose it is somewhat realistic for him to be all the way back down there. We've got Ricky03 on our screens at the moment then, 11th place for them so far, but as they come up towards the end of their lap here, it is 2 green sectors for them so far, so personal bests, if not session bests for them at the moment, and as they come up towards the line now then, they're going to take that shortest route possible. Across the line they go, 4th place for Ricky03. No bad effort whatsoever there from them. Into the 25s, so that puts them in very, very exclusive company. Only 4 drivers, including themselves, to then end up having a time in that 125 bracket. So not bad at all from them, though of course the track will continue to ramp up over the course of the session. That, however, that mistake there from Jake, rear tyres just lighting up and the back end squirming around, I was going to say it's not really what he wanted, but clearly it was good enough to put him into 2nd place. Maybe could have been pole if not for that particular mistake.
Yeah, what's interesting, he didn't actually lose any of that time in that latter sector. The time actually against the top time fed in by Formula Kai. The difference was in the first 2 sectors. It was a mere 10th in the first and the second that contributed to being the time that he eventually enlisted. It's all basically come together, just over a 10th outside of Formula Kai's window. We're currently riding on board with GB68 as well. Recent victor as well, back at the fan vote from round 5, looking strong this season as well. 3 podiums back to back from the man in Aston Martin as he now sprints down the straight. Of course, we saw that little brief mishap from Meraki earlier on, not that it deterred his lap at all to go 2nd fastest. Let's see if GB can go higher himself as well. Carries an astonishing pole record. Does GB68 as he now rounds the final corner, goes 3rd fastest, just behind Meraki, but that gap is quite wide in comparison to Formula Kai and Meraki's in Ps1 and Ps2.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see that difference is big slide at the back end there for Safso. And as he comes down that back straight then, just returning to what you were saying about GB and that gap. I mean, you look at the gap from GB back to Nogueira and then to Ben behind them, Ricky behind them. We're talking hundredths or even thousandths of a second between those cars. But then you compare that from GB up to Jake and it's 3/10, over 3/10 in fact. And then another 10th to then get up to where Formula Kai is. 9th place for Safso on that run. Very, very good run for them there. To be inside the top 10 is, of course, far preferable to being outside of it. There's my Will Buxton moment for everybody in the chat here today. Yeah, it's not bad whatsoever from them this time.
No, not at all. Running on board with Ultra Killer on his outlap, coming in to replace Hayden Gullis, who can't be with us here tonight either. So a great opportunity for him to show what he can do on the Creator Series grid. Lining up alongside Ricky03 and his teammates has actually done an astonishing job to hold on to that 6th spot. Just to hammer home that Hayden Gullis is not here tonight.
I tell you what. That is Hayden. He sent me some of the photos of the plastic surgery he was going in for. That is Hayden, actually. So he must have not ended up swapping out at all. Very strange that he's changed his name to Ultra Killer, though. That's really bizarre from Hayden there.
Yeah, a different hairdo as well, I find. And I think maybe a different style, but yeah.
Has he painted his walls as well? I think that was something else I've noticed too. I think, frankly, that's just getting a bit ostentatious now.
But what's interesting is his camera's pointed in a total different direction as well, which is quite interesting. But Ultra Killer now coming up towards the line, 18th fastest so far as he now heads towards 2-1.
It's 2025, George. That camera can point in whatever direction it likes, okay? Let's not be judging here. We've got Ultra Killer then, having set that lap time, 18th place for them so far in this session. So not the greatest turn of pace that we've ever seen from somebody jumping in as a reserve, but I tell you what, they are jumping into a field of very experienced F1 racers at this point. I don't know myself whether Ultra Killer is very experienced or not, but hey, to jump into this very competitive environment and then get themselves still, not at the bottom, that's not a bad way to start, I suppose. And that lap time is just knocking on the door of beating the real-world pole time, of course.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. We're coming into the final minute now, and every man and his dog heading out onto the track here at this point. There's only one car that currently sits in the pits, and that's Safso at this stage. Matati, who now re-enters the Creator Series fold, replacing Mr. Dale in the Red Bull. Currently sat 15th on this timing screen, has come into this. This is his 3rd appearance in the EA Sports F1 Creator Series has made 2 prior appearances that we have seen. No podiums, no victories just yet, but that can all change here at Miami. Zafso has retired in 9th spot. Here comes, though, Matati in the Red Bull, round the final corner. Let's see where he goes. 7th fastest, improves well into the top 10. In comes Ultra Killer as well. Looking to try and bounce up from 18th. He does bring the time gap down, but not enough to move up from 18th place 1 iota. We do have some personal improvements across this circuit though, so do expect some major changes. Meraki coming across the line to begin his next flying run. He is currently 2nd in our classification, mere 1,000th behind. Formula Kai, as now this 5-second timer now turns to 0. Stoppage time, Dan.
Absolutely, and here we can see then Formula Karim, or we could see Karim briefly there. We now look to Formula Kai instead. Kai, of course, trying to defend that pole position right now. He's got a 25.3 on the board at the moment. It is a fastest in the first sector for them so far, but not a personal best even in the middle sector. So a slightly compromised lap so far. Whether they improve that time or not, we will wait and see in just 2 corners time. Round that final turn comes Formula Kai now up to the line, and if it was an improvement, it's only by thousandths of a second. Here up to the line now comes Formula Karim. The whole lap long he's been behind his teammate, and it must have worked to some degree because he's gone to 3rd place. Very, very good job there from them to be able to jump all the way back up the order like that from the very bottom. Then we've got Nogueira on our screens right now coming through that final turn as well. They're also on a very good lap. Very fantastic middle sector even. Fastest of anybody, but not the fastest lap time overall. Rasin Chai's jumped up to 2nd place in all of that confusion too. But now we take a look at Jake in the Red Bull. Meraki comes round that final turn now. Final couple of corners to go, and they have 2 personal bests. Could this final sector, where they were strong last time, be where they end up hauling all together? Yes, it is! 1 minute 25.346 gives Meraki the provisional pole position with just 1 car out on circuit now on a timed lap. That is that guy, Vince. Vince now comes round the final turn. It's 2 personal bests, but they're nowhere near as quick as what we've seen for Jake, and in the end, it's just behind their teammate. GB 6th, Vince 7th, and a good result for Aston Martin, but it is Jake in the Red Bull who claims pole position.
That is astonishing. A hard lap right in the face of the Hard Rock Stadium makes it 11 pole positions in the Creator Series for Meraki. Clear of Formula Kai here at this stage, but we do have a twist to bring you folks right here at the end of this session, because we have not yet uttered the wildcard ahead of racing here tonight. Now, how about this? Reactions ready in the chat. Tonight's wild is that both races are in reverse grid order. So if you're in pole position now, you won't be in the race. 2,000ths between Meraki and Formula Kai is all that separates them. Meraki might be fastest, but he won't be pole. Formula Kai in 2nd, Rasin Chai 3rd, Nogueira 4th, Formula Karim in 5th, GB 6th, that guy Vince 7th, Scott Taylor 8th. Then in 9th is Riccio 3. Gwatz then further down. Timet Marduk, Tom, Matati, Zapso, Adam Sanderson, Lolinoba, Nick Flies in Fratic, and Ultra Killer on his debut will be on pole position ahead of our first race tonight. They did not see it coming, Dan.
That could be one of the most successful debuts that we've ever seen in the Creator Series. Pole on his very first race. Absolutely brilliant result for Ultra Killer there. Also, highlight a couple of those drivers down towards the bottom end. You've got Safso, you've got Adam Sanderson, you've got Fabio. These are drivers that we know are usually quite quick. Maybe not, the absolute quickest in the field, but certainly there. If they're able to be within the mix, if there's something that happens to the cars ahead of them, then they can often end up hoovering up those results, getting those rewards. Ultimately then, they now are in the driving seat, pardon the pun, to go on and potentially win this first race.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. I personally can't wait. This is just basically turned both races on their heads straight away. Reverse grid scenario ahead of the first race and what will be the second race. Of course, the first race based on the reverse of quali, second race based on the result, but in reverse of race 1. It's going to be astonishing. Plenty of points on the table. This could be the biggest twist we have seen in the Creator Series. And obviously we've had a helter-skelter season so far. Several different winners. In fact, the top 4 in the championship have all won races this season. So that equates to 4 different winners. We could yet see 5. And with the likes of Rasin Chai still yet to win a race, he's had 2 second places. He's definitely a candidate for one going forward. But we've also got to look at some of the others. This could be an opportunity for the likes of Riccio 3, that guy Vince, even Noiguera, who has had certainly his levels of misfortune in race trim, stellar over one lap pace. But when it comes to the race, things seem to get in his way, Dan.
They certainly do at times. Yeah, it's it's this thing where you're racing against other human beings. There is going to be potential drama around you, potential battling and mistakes. Ultimately, people have made those mistakes throughout the season. Not to apportion blame or anything like that, but we did see, of course, at the last doubleheader that there was the incident right the way at the end of Monza. That then caused, of course, Alex Gillen to start at the front in Imola, and then, of course, in that race, he's in amongst drivers who he's usually nowhere near because he's so much quicker than them. And so then there was maybe in a heat of the moment kind of, what's going on? Then suddenly find them having to brake much earlier because the drivers around them aren't as confident or as skilled or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, it's one of those things. You race with human beings, then the penalty could potentially be, you get crashed into. Try and avoid it as best you can.
Absolutely. I mean, what we do need to do, though, I think, is take a little look at Clipbook. I think Josh Richards has something special for us.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the most eventful qualifying session. Incident-wise, not too many crashes. My camera's lagging behind. So this was the only clip we really got. A little bit of games being played between the drivers on the outlap there. Just drivers overtaking each other in that final sector, getting ready to start their laps, trying to get the best track position as possible. But yeah, not too much actually happening, no crashes or anything like that. And I'm going to have a look at my camera and try and get that sorted out because it is very far behind. But there we go.
Have you ever considered becoming a ventriloquist, Josh? Because your mouth did not move at all during all of that. That's very, very convincing.
Like Harry Houdini, I have to say. That is what we get here. You don't just get great commentary here at the Creator Series. You get a magician show as well. You get the magic and everything. That's broadcasting for you. Fantastic. Can't wait. Obviously, we've got 2 races to bring you. Looking forward to that. Obviously, when we take a look at some of the names, we've alluded, obviously, a fantastic opportunity here for Ultra Killer on his debut. Hayden Gullis is going to be absolutely kicking himself that he missed on this one for sure.
What do you mean? Why would Hayden be kicking himself?
Well, have you seen it?
Qualifying
Listen, have you seen his record? Well, he would be in this race. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably kicking himself.
He'd be starting at the back, George. I don't know what you're talking about. Hayden is, of course, one of the greatest drivers we have ever seen in Creator Series. Run the clip now and the highlights of him crashing into various different people. That's it's one of those things. Yeah, when you do miss out on races like that, it would be a frustrating thing for him. Maybe though, for Alex Gillen, not quite so frustrating to know that both races are going to be reversed, and therefore he would have to start probably towards the back. Let's be honest. In both Grand Prix, so yes, we'll wait and see when it comes to that one. I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, reverse grids always create a bit of nuts behavior, really, from people, particularly from those drivers who are quicker, because they will start towards the back and they'll think to themselves, well, I'll just bully my way past. And so if I were to say anything to the drivers who now find themselves towards the front of the grid, not the back of it, I would say elbows out.
Well, I
want to see them defend as hard as humanly possible. I want to see Max Verstappen levels of defense on that circuit.
Well, I mean, it might not look like it, but the turn 1 here at Miami is kind of requisite to La Source at Spa. Really, I mean, it does enclose up when you sort of head into the apex. It may be slightly wider, I would say, than what you get at Spa, but essentially the corner is the same by design in a certain manner. I appreciate it's not as aggressive as such, but
I tell you what, Judge, I see your La Source, I raise you Retifilio at Monza. That's what it reminds me a bit more of in terms of the layout.
That's probably a better comparison. But yes, I think regardless, what you're going to get is a pinch point at this point of the circuit, and you're going to have several cars going 3 wide into the first apex that really should not be going 3 wide. But if you are a faster car, you want to be aggressive at the start of the race when the cars are all bunched together. So it's a balance of risk and reward, and I get the feeling we're going to see a lot more risking than perhaps even rewarding. Let's take a reminder of the driver standings, everybody, and just get through the initials and just set the scene for what we have got here this evening. We have got Team Marduk on 102 points at this point. We've got Alex Gillen on 96, just 6 points in behind Tiamat Marduk as well. Formula Karim sat in third place on 93, just 3 points behind Gillen Meraki, who looked like he had pole, but has just had it taken away from him, down in 89-point territory in fourth. We got GB68 on 92. That's strange, a bit of a change up there. Meraki on 89, GB on 92. Yeah, obviously we'll get that rectified before the end of the show tonight. We've got Rasin Chai on 78, Lolin Ober on 50. We've got Dat Guy Vince on 49, Ricky 03, 41. Noiguera in 10th place, who, like we said before, tends to have a little bout of misfortune in race trim. We'll see if that changes tonight under the current permutations. We got Zafso in 11th place on 34. We got Matati, who's coming in as a reserve once again this evening on 28. We've got Nick Flies on 20. Hayden Gullis not here tonight either. He's on 17, just below Scott Taylor, who's got 18 in 15th place. And we also have 13 points for Infratic. Grid Jokes on 12 points. Formula Kai, who is showing grandiose pace as well this time as well on 10 points, but he has got a huge mountain to climb in this opening race. We could yet see some more heroics from Adam Sanderson when we go racing now. He's currently got 9 points, and F1 Alex, who should be here with us tonight, essentially making it 19. Right, let's go through the starting grid ahead of our trip around the Hard Rock Stadium here in Miami for the Miami Grand Prix. It is F1 Alex on the back of the grid. We have got Meraki on 19th. Remember, F1 Alex not featuring in qualifying. We move up to 18th place. It's Formula Kai. Then Rasin Chai in 17th place. Heading up into 16th, Noiguera alongside Formula Karim in 15th. In 14th place, GB68 off the back of a triple podium run. He is lined up alongside his teammate, that guy Vince. Aston Martin could be dangerous here tonight. Then P12 going to Scott Taylor for Haas, a former F2 competitor, alongside Ricky 03, who has certainly been dynamic for the Williams team. Let's see if he can take it places higher here this evening too. Next up, P10 for Gwatz, who's coming in as a reserve for Alex Gillen. We got Tiamat Marduk, current championship leader, bidding to become a 3-time champion this season. He is in the top 10. Then 8th for the returning Tom in his brand new F1 sim-style simulator, with in 7th place alongside him another reserve driver stepping in, Matati at Red Bull. Next up, Zafso, the man with the shades. He is alongside the one model, Adam Sanderson, here in 5th place, who is looking to once again cause a stir, much like he did at Spa, only without the crash. In 4th place, Lolin Ober for Haas, with 3rd place going to Nick Flies at McLaren. Then to the front row, Infratic still bidding for a race win. He already has a podium. He might get a second. Ultra Killer, though, on his debut, his maiden start this season. Pole position ahead of Miami here this evening. So there we have it. They are our drivers getting set ready on the grid here this evening. We're going to be in for one serious treat. Turn 1, like we have already said, is going to be spicy. Now, we talk about drivers with opportunities. Just taking a look at that grid and how it stacks up here, Dan. Infratic on the front row. I've got an interesting feeling about this one. And I hope it's not the interesting feeling that Charles Leclerc had in behind you.
Well, exactly. I mean, he is driving a red car, and we can see there the red cars don't like Miami too much. Fabio has a great opportunity, particularly given that he's ahead of Adam Sanderson. So when it rains eventually in this Grand Prix, he won't be blamed for Adam crashing on a slippy curb. When it comes to that sort of thing, Fabio's going to be able to run off into the distance potentially. I think it's, as you mentioned before, of course, turn 1 is going to be all important here, particularly how the drivers all enter it together. They're likely going to be side by side, a lot of them as well. It's going to be interesting, shall we say. I think that it will be... I don't want to suggest that Ultra Killer is going to be swallowed up, but I think if they don't have their wits about them, it could potentially happen to them. Of course, we've now got the formation lap. George, do we want to make any bets as to how many drivers get disqualified from this?
Well, we've had quite a few. I would say you've already had one. That was
already getting it.
He's getting a bit overzealous on the accelerator, and yes, as we predicted, at least one has already barreled out. I get the feeling it's happened to GB again. It happened last week as well when we went to Spa, and now once again he's going to have problems with those tyres because he won't have the opportunity to get them warm, ready for the start of the race. So that's going to be an issue come the start. You can now see a few blind apexes. Goodness me, where did that McLaren come from? I'm not sure whether I think that was Nick Flies getting that wrong, and he flew right into the side. In fact, I don't think it was. It might have been his teammate, Formula Karim, because the one of the McLarens looks fine and well, but looks like there was a little bit of carnage coming into turn 3, and this is what I wanted to talk about. The corners in the first sector coming out of turn 1. Turn 1's bad enough, but when you come into turn 2 and in towards turn 3, there's a few blind apexes on this circuit, and you don't quite have the visibility as to what's in front of you, so that could be yet another thing that these drivers have to contest with, Dan.
Absolutely. Yeah, it could well be, as well as, of course, with each other trying to crash into each other on the formation lap. Yeah, as we watched them here then, little factoid about Adam Sanderson, was running in a better position than he has ever finished in the Creator Series when he dropped it with only laps to go last year. I love the compassionate and the understanding way in which that has been phrased with Adam dropping it. But there we go. It's one of these things where we see now all these drivers, they're making their way through. There might have been an attempt there by Adam Sanderson just to get into Fabio's rear end, and that's I didn't mean for that to sound quite so sexy, but there we go. But in the less than fun way about it, causing disqualifications and all sorts of other things on this lap. We've got, of course, Ultra Killer's also been disqualified from the formation lap. Nick Flies has as well. Guatz has, and then GB, of course, we mentioned earlier on. So I have a feeling here, George, that particularly towards the front, we're going to see a Williams and McLaren-shaped object of danger that will be there for other drivers to find the way around, because with no tyre temperatures, it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, well, poor Nick Flies has certainly felt the sting of it before. We all allude back to the huge title battle at Paul Ricard, which actually went to Emmett Marduk's way in Season 6 that led to the controversial safety car. Obviously, no animosity in it. Nick Flies was just unfortunate, but now lining up onto the grid in what could be a very busy race start here in a reverse grid situation. All 5 lights now go out, and it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. And as they move their way down towards turn 1, Infratic going very risque into turn 1, tries to challenge Ultra Killer, coming out of turn 1 in towards turn 2, and Fabio takes the lead straight away, has nicked it away from the Williams. Ferrari and Williams meet again in a virtual safety car right at the very start as we see cars barrel into the barrier. It looks like Scott Taylor's had an issue. The reserving Matati has also received one as well, and a 10-second time penalty for Racing Chai after a serious collision with that guy Vince.
Yeah, we also had a brief moment where Ultra Killer seemed to pass Fabio under the virtual safety car. I'm not certain why they've been able to think themselves that's an acceptable thing to do, but there we go. So we're going to be back to green flag racing in the not too distant future, I'd imagine. I would imagine only be a few corners now. There's no danger anywhere on the circuit. Scott's clearly had some sort of issue in the mid-pack there. He qualified in 12th place after our reversing of the grid. So the fact that he's now down in 20th place, that's a bit of a shocker. M. Tati as well was also in the similar sort of area. We're now back to green flag racing. You can see that Fabio has been caught napping a little bit. He did have the gap as much as a second during that virtual safety car period. It's down to 0.6 of a second, or it was before then the 2 cars behind him started to squabble. Nick Fly's getting the move done on Ultra Killer, and so too is Lolinoba. Moves their way up into 3rd place in the Haas, but now look at Adam Sanderson making it 3 wide down into the final proper corner on this circuit. Are there going to be any issues? Is there going to be any contact between these drivers? No, they keep it all clean. Lolinoba keeps 3rd place, but Sanderson makes his way up into 4th.
Yeah, certainly Sanderson giving us a taste of that Devon Butler magic that we have seen so far in Breaking Point. It's now being reimagined here in the Creator Series. A little tap in the rear of Lolinoba coming through to 1 as they now work their way through the first sector. At the very top, though, it is still emphatic. Nick Fly showing some real movement here. His urgency at the start of this race has been impressive, and he lies just 3/10 behind the Ferrari in the McLaren. Lolinoba also getting a good start too, is certainly no stranger to a big result in the Creator Series that I'm sure could yet deliver again. Has delivered many a Driver of the Day performance despite not always being awarded it either, with Adam Sanderson half a second down in 4th as well. The gap now shrinking once more as Lolinoba has a look around the outside of Nick Fly. So does Emmett Marduk, this time on Tom, and Tom debuting that simulator rig here for the first time here tonight is now getting a taste of some Aussie magic, as here comes Emmett Marduk, championship leader, 2-time champion, now moves into 7th. He's on the rise. Next up, the first ever Creator Series champion, Zapso in 6.
Absolutely, yeah. GB has left the session apparently, so that does not bode well for his and Aston's chances of good points here today. In terms of those with the pace right now, it's a purple first sector for the car of Meraki. So Meraki down in 15th place has a purple first sector. Purple second sector for Karim in 10th place right now as well. As we watch then Vince overtaking GB, so too then does Razin overtaking GB's AI. As they come down the start-finish straight, DRS is in operation, of course, and as they come down into the braking zone for turn number 1, Fabio is still untouched at this stage. He's also not been overtaken. And as they make their way through the next few corners, then it's going to be looking this way and that for Nick Flies. Catching is one thing, passing is quite another.
It definitely is. Nick Flies, though, despite not being able to find that opportunity for a manoeuvre, in fact, it's doing a superb job in what could be his first ever victory in the Creator Series. Should he take this from lights to flag? Oh, big moment, and the commentator's curse certainly is real, and Nick Flies has jumped on the opportunity, finally found that avenue for an open door, and Lolinoba is also keen to walk right through it. The Haas down the inside, and he's going to carry in Adam Sanderson as well, in what could be an absolutely sensational move, one that Devon Butler would give him a hearty wink for, but can't grab it. Lolinoba with the lead, and we're going almost 3 wide through this latter sector now, coming in towards sector 3 soon enough on the run through sector 2, down the long straight out of turn 16. Lolinoba takes the lead, and Fabio, with a dose of reality, now faces P4.
Absolutely, you can see it a number of times in this race so far for Fabio that they have had just this awful luck with the rear end of the car, just getting that power down. You can see multiple times over the course of this Grand Prix so far that it has just had the back end stepping out on them. There's no rear traction on that setup. Now, is that because they're running low wing? Are they trying to go for maximum straight line speed? I'm not entirely certain, but what I do know is Adam Sanderson leads the Grand Prix, and he now has Lolinoba right up his chuff here with Nick Flies in behind them, then Fabio, then it's a bit of a gap back to Ben, but Ben in 5th place, well, that's not far away at all. That is a gap, 1.5 seconds he will be able to overcome pretty handily, and then the question might start to become, does Adam have any sort of Mercedes team orders style thinking as he's overtaken by Lolinoba there into turn number 7? We said earlier on that would be an area of potential interest as far as overtaking is concerned, and now then as they make the run down towards turn number 11, through 9, through 10 as well, Adam retakes the position. You can see DRS there available to him. Lolly goes all the way to the inside, trying now to defend from Nick Flies. Nick Flies in the McLaren all the way around the outside. That becomes the inside in the next corner in turn number 12. And on the exit then, he's going to be able to slot nicely in behind Adam Sanderson as they come up into this very slow, tricky part of the circuit. And as they come now through turn number 16 on the run down to 17, I have a funny feeling we're going to see Papaya in the lead in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Nick Flies is going to be the man to deliver it to Formula Crims all the way down in 8th place. That's, of course, his teammate. Lolinoba still very much in this fight, though, and has got the DRS, heading down in towards the final portion of this circuit to then start lap 5. GB is having some horrendous issues trying to connect to the session, and for Aston Martin, this could not have gone much worse. That guy Vince, of course, getting caught up in that immediate incident at the start of the race. He has got Rastin Chai ahead of him on a 10-second time penalty, so further points are still available for that guy Vince. Sanderson still holds the lead at this stage, has not yet taken a Creator Series victory or a podium. No single podium finish so far for Adam Sanderson, but this could yet be his chance, and we did praise his immense work at Spa last time. It was a fantastic effort, and he's come here with every opportunity of taking something special again. Fabio up the inside this time of Lolinoba as he looks to try and pressurise the Haas over that final podium place. Still plenty of time left in this race, though, for these two to go at it, but they're going at it straight away, and the Ferrari takes on the Ferrari-powered Haas, but Lolinoba, not ceasing and desisting, is going to continue up the inside now once again, very nearly clipping the rear of Nick Flies. No concern, though. They both stay on the track, and Fabio keen to race him right into the latter sector. As now they meet, the track just got far too narrow heading into the chicane, and Lolinoba was able to hold on to 3rd.
Yeah, discretion the better part of valor there for Fabio, I think. He was marginally ahead, actually, going into 14, but he then backed out of it. He got out of the move, allowed the Haas to go back through, and whether that was a smart thing to do or not, I think we'll find out in the not-too-distant future here, because up the inside is Benjamin Daly, and he says g'day, and Fabio says goodbye, because then a big slide at the back end for the Mercedes driver, and now he's got Tom on his buttocks.
Well, what is key for Benjamin Daly? He was over 1.5 seconds behind the bunch here at the very top, and now going for a very opportunistic overtake coming out of Turn 1, and he was outside of the apex as well, but still managed to pull through, found the momentum, and is now clear of what looks to be Fabio, who's actually lost more places because Tom, on his return in his brand new rig, it hasn't taken him long to adjust to it, and he's showing it now in great style. Remains within DRS. He's within 6 tenths, within 7 tenths, I should say, behind the Mercedes that sits in 4th in what has been a stellar showing so far for the Alpine. Ricky O'Thrilo looking for a piece of the pie himself. Looking up the inside now of Fabio this time, trying to keep the Ferrari in behind, and in comes Formula Karim, the former race winner, also looking to gamble for a prospective move here, coming in through Sector 2, and has managed to do it, and Lolin Ober has unseated Nick Fleiss for 2nd place.
Yeah, I tell you what, we were having the conversation earlier on as to whether or not maybe Fabio, with the rear end breaking away on his car, that maybe was running some sort of low downforce setup. I think actually, if anybody's running a low downforce setup, it's our race leader. I think Adam Sanderson has got some incredibly low wings on this car, because again and again we see, and you can see GB, I can't take control of my car. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that looks like it's going to be essentially a technical failure, you could say, for GB in this particular Grand Prix. The AI will race for them, of course, but it's unlikely they're going to get any decent positions out of this. Certainly no points-paying positions. Down towards the first corner now, and the move has been made by Lolin Ober. They've gotten sick of sitting behind Nick Fleiss. Instead, they have made the move on the McLaren. They've then made the move on Adam Sanderson, and away he goes now into the lead. I'm sure Adam will stay close, and I think just again return to that point on the DRS and the sort of that straight line speed characteristic of Adam's Mercedes. I think that just based on what we saw with Nick Fleiss with the DRS open, he was never really able to catch up and close up the distance sufficiently enough to then send one onto Adam. Now, Lolin Ober is maybe a slightly different setup being run here, but as you can see, I mean, look at the timing tower now. We're looking, of course, at Formula Karim on our screens now, but looking at the timing tower, Nick Fleiss is falling away from Adam Sanderson as the pair of them have DRS, and now, in fact, Ben Daly moves up into 3rd place. It's now Mercedes 2-3, and Adam close and close to Lolin Ober in this time as well. I have a suspicion that this top 3 is going to have a bit of back and forth for a while until perhaps Ben gets into the lead. It might just be that having started so far down and clearly with an awful lot of pace in their car, when they get to the lead, it might be the last time we see any battling for the lead in this particular version of the race.
Yeah, and we're also seeing a lot of differentiation in terms of strategy as well, but we'll get onto that in a moment. Formula Karim started to hustle past Ricky 03, and Fratic now trying to fight back against the onslaught of places that he has lost. He has managed to get back past that guy Vince, who challenged him over that 10th place. We've got some wheel-to-wheel now between Adam Sanderson, who now has his teammate for company, Lolin Ober, sticking his front wing right into the front of the pack once again, leads the race here on lap 8 this time as they come in towards turn 1. Once again, GB68 having problems with his rig. Noiguera passing his teammate for 11th place as well. Fabio having more problems as he continues to forfeit places. I do wonder whether he does have a little bit of damage on his car. Adam Sanderson now has his teammate for company, and Tim Marduk, of course, remember, championship leader, looking for a potential 2nd victory this season in what would be an astonishing sequence of wins that he has held in the Creator Series so far. He has won 14 in his history. He is chasing number 15 here this time.
Yes, he is, and I'll be honest, I'm a bit surprised that he's not a bit more pressuring on his teammate who now moves to the outside, but I don't think that's going to result in a move. It does result in a move, just not for who we were thinking. Adam Sanderson down into 3rd place, potentially could be 4th place in a moment or two's time as Nick Fleiss has a look up the inside, but it doesn't quite work out for them that time. The 2 McLarens tucked in behind the 2 Mercedes, who are then behind a Haas. That's not a sentence that we're going to say in real-world Formula 1 this season, but it is one that we can say here in the Creator Series. Lolin Ober leading the way now, has a very quick car in a straight line, but I think now with DRS, with only this car in front of him, Ben is going to close up now on the run down into this final corner, won't go for the opportunity to make an overtake this time, but instead hooks that Mercedes into the apex, hugs it like his favourite granny, and as they come through the last couple of corners now, then is this start-finish straight, and the last DRS straight on the circuit going to give him the opportunity to get the move done? I suspect from that distance the answer is no.
No, not just yet. 20 laps, though, still remain. Plenty of opportunities, plenty of window for yet more moves to be made. And we know that that's possible given the fact we have got 3 separate sectors with DRS applied in every single one of them. Noiguera now fighting back against that guy Vince, who is now forced back into 11th. Noiguera now in the top 10 and showing some very late speed here in this initial stint. And I'm hearing as well, apparently we've got rain coming in now. So a big twist in the tail. 2 minutes now into light rain, and we could yet see that grow as well. Team at Marduk, though, hovering all over the back of Lolinoba, looks to the outside in the Mercedes, and the droplets are indeed falling from the sky. But it's coats of glory for Tiamat Marduk, as for the first time here in this race, he takes the lead. It's a Mercedes 1 and 3 with Adam Sanderson with another blistering performance in this top 3 equation as well. But just look at the army of Papaya that currently trails in 4th and 5th. Formula Karim has entered the fight with his teammate Nick Flies just behind him, and Alpina with them as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Nick Flies having a look to the inside. No, sorry, that is Karim, in fact, having a look to the inside of Adam Sanderson, then has backed away from it, has backed out in the course of all of this. You've got the rain coming down, so it is going to get sloppy, which is what we all enjoy, of course. And as it comes round the last couple of corners, then into the pits goes Benjamin Daly, and so too goes Formula Karim, I think that is, of the two. No, it's Nick Flies. Yes, no, it is Formula Karim. So the pair of them both into the pits then. Then you've got plenty other cars also coming in during this stage too. Intermediate tires going on, and you can see there you've got Mercedes, you've got all sorts of cars now. Radio from Ben, it feels horrendous, but less about his mental state, more about what he's doing behind the driving wheel. And so as he goes down to the exit of the pit lane, then he gets that Mercedes back out onto circuit. He's now got one of his closest championship rivals. Oh, safety car indeed. And oh dear, that has hurt everybody who has gone for the pits. There's a 5-second penalty has been applied there to GB's Robocar, with presumably a collision there that's taken Blackmere out of the race. And so, well, there we go then. Or was that Ultra Killer? I forget which one that was.
Well, Blackmere is the late entrant coming into this race.
No, sorry,
now.
Who got the 5-second penalty? Sorry, I mean.
Well, I can see the GB's got a 5-second time penalty at this point,
yeah,
and Ultra Killer's
got 13. So I don't know if it's which one of them it is. I mean, you would imagine it must be Ultra Killer at this stage, because I mean, a GB's car is being driven by a robot. How could they possibly have caused a collision?
Well, it's highly questionable. I mean, I'm looking at my timing screen now, and Ultra Killer's got a 3-second plus a stop-go penalty. So you do wonder whether Ultra Killer can serve that through the pit stop phase, but obviously he's already boxed, so he's not going to want to do that really, because it's going to cost him a huge amount of time. The safety car now being out on track. We've got Lolinoba, Adam Sanderson now, Nick Flies, Tom. They've all got to pit, but they'll have that window of opportunity now as well. And just look at this. Cars going sideways as they look to adjust to the new conditions. It's not ideal. I think we could probably send it across the clipbook. Josh, are you there?
Yes, I am. Camera should be fixed now. It shouldn't be so laggy. First and foremost, we're going to quickly go to this. First of all, this is what has caused the safety car. This is why we're in this situation. In the rainy conditions, really tricky. Ultra Killer into the pit lane there. Blackmere, not entirely sure whether he wants to stay in or stay out. He's actually on the runoff here. Comes over to the pit lane and gets smashed into there. I think that, I'm not sure who's hit him there. I think it might have bbeen GB's AI actually. I was trying to work it out. Originally I thought it was Ultra Killer, but he's just in the pit lane. GB is the next car behind. And yeah, he just gets hit by a car from absolutely nowhere. It's really unfortunate for him. I think it may have been the AI of GB being indecisive out the pit lane. So yeah, not too sure what's happened there. Quite a few clips we managed to get. Lap 1 here. Scott Taylor, Mtati and Tom, they were involved in a bit of an incident here. Tom up ahead with Mtati as well. So they have their little crash there. And then Scott, unfortunately, losing the car as well. Hits the Red Bull and completely loses his wing. This is Mtati's POV. Here we have this one as well. He's coming in alongside Tom on the inside here. He goes on the curb, a little bit of contact there. And that unfortunately spins the Red Bull around. And then, as you see, collected by the Haas. And then we have Tom's POV. In his new rig up here, looking very, very lovely for the Alpine driver. Just loses the rear end a little bit, taps the Red Bull. Unfortunately, that spins him round, and damage for both of them. Tom came off unharmed.
Well, thank you, Josh, for that. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for giving us a behind-the-scenes view. We actually get a look as well at Tom's brand new simulator as well, which has really caught the attention. It's taken so much time for him to develop this and put it out onto the table as well. We've been watching the progression, the work that has been put in. This sim was flown across a lot of work has gone into it. I know he's been inspecting the process as time has gone on. We've seen the vlogs come in as well. It looks absolutely stunning. What a piece of kit. The first time we've seen anything of the likes in league racing at all in the world of F1 sim racing, certainly to this extent as well. I mean, it's just astonishing now.
It's all right, I suppose. I'm not jealous at all, frankly, of anything that Tom has going on with that setup. It's fantastic. Of course it is. It's such a cool thing. And of course, having a bit of a chat with him about it, he's talked about some of his plans for it. I won't share what those are in case he's not had the opportunity to tell his own audience yet. But it's really cool. And fair play to him if he's got the time and money to be able to invest into getting all of that set up. He's of course got the best sim racing studio in the world that he's currently setting up, or that's at least how he is describing it. We'll wait until it's all finished, and then we'll see whether or not that is the case. I suspect it might be pretty up there, though. It's a very, very cool piece of kit indeed, and not jealous at all. Not jealous of my fold-out chair that's just over here, which thankfully Charles Leclerc's car is covering up most of the time for.
Yeah, absolutely right. No, I mean, credit to Tom. What a phenomenal piece of equipment that truly is, and great to see it here being utilised in the Creator Series as well. It has full-on motion as well, so he feels absolutely everything in the car. So you'll be hoping that he doesn't spin, at least here on his debut here tonight. But as you can see, he's currently alive and well, 4th place as well. And given the fact that they had the safety car right at the start, it's as we foretold as well, Dan, that the fact that they didn't pit immediately before the safety car, it's given them that opportunity to come in under those slowed down Delta conditions, giving them a chance to put the new tyres on in plenty of time so they can hold track position. So it's worked out nicely if you're Adam Sanderson. Obviously, Lolly Noba still has the lead of the race. I wouldn't say it's harmed necessarily Tim Etmarnik and Formula Karim that much.
No, not too much. I mean, we're looking at all the interval gaps here, which is, of course, the superior way to show time gaps in Formula One, and I thank Gareth very much for not showing the leader gap. Everybody's all very close together, of course, right now during safety car, and don't you start trying to change it there, Gareth. I see what you're doing, you cheeky little sausage, you. But in terms of that, we've got a notification now the safety car will be in at the end of this lap, so enough of our casual flirting and innuendo, and instead we must get ourselves back to racing.
Yeah, it won't be long now. They're all sorted themselves out. Just look at this we have right in the distance through the mist of the rain that is coming down in its droves. We're going to be raining at least for the next 25 minutes in accordance to our weather radar. Lolly Noba is going to be taking them down through towards turn 17 and eventually around turn 18 and 19 to get us back underway ahead of lap 13. Will it be an unlucky number for some? We have now had the pit stop phase complete. These tyres should take us to the bitter end, and Lolly Noba, as he begins to fire up the Haas, now puts pedal to the metal for the 2nd time in this race now. Adam Sanderson following him down in turn 1. Nick Flies in 3rd as well. Tom getting a decent restart, just showing up in behind the McLaren, as now we have Tim Etmarnik also following the Alpine through as well. Formula Karim in the mix. Meraki, no major changes at all so far. One change though, Lolly Noba has really got himself in gear. He's 8 tenths and beyond, nearly a whole second clear of Sanderson down in 2nd, and Nick Flies is now the threatening, the threatening entity on the back of that Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a brilliant restart by Lolly Noba, and I think Adam Sanderson then just trying to feel out the grip. Of course, he's one of the drivers who doesn't use the racing line, of course, and so that sort of initial exploration that you've got there, trying to figure out where the braking points are, how much you can get onto the throttle, how early you can get onto the throttle, all these sorts of things. They're things which are this big exploratory moment for them in the early phase of this stint. So, of course, rain is going to get heavier. We know that from the pre-race forecast, but it should actually dry up towards the end of the Grand Prix. So it is going to be something which will improve as time goes on, but oh dear, it's not what Adam would have been wanting at all to now find himself 1.3 seconds off of the leader, and of course the 2 cars in behind him very close indeed, but so close that Tom is now moving his Alpine to the inside, and Adam, they're just moving slightly across. That's going to give ever so slight amount of slipstream back to Tom, and then he's late on the brakes there. He's up the inside, and on his return to the Creator Series, Tom moves himself up into 3rd place in the first of 2 rounds here at Miami.
Yeah, and I must say, before the start of this race, before we even went into qualifying, he said in the Discord Why Miami? Surely not. Tim Marduk, though, another former champion, looking to push his nose into the equation as well, side by side with Nick Flies. Of course, those two were teammates for a short time in the Paul Ricard finale of Season 6, as we now watch them once again dice it out. Formula Karim showing all over the back of Tim Marduk once again. He's in a papaya sandwich as it stands right now, and Tim Marduk trying vehemently to get past at least one of them right now, hopefully not the one behind him. Of course, Tim Marduk himself, a former McLaren driver in the Creator Series. Adam Sanderson, a cork in the bottle, has now allowed a 2.4 second gap to grow between Sanderson and Lolinoba, as now Tom hunts down after that third place, trying to hold back Nick Flies, and Tim Marduk also coming in as well, and looking to try and take a place of his own. We saw a bit of front wing also fly off one of the cars as we now see them battle wheel to wheel. Tom now fighting over second. They'll stay wheel to wheel, coming through in towards the latter stage of sector 2, and Tom forcing the Alpine through into the chicane. A fabulous move, and I would argue one of the moves of the season.
Absolutely, 100%. I think in terms of that bodywork, I want to say, well, I don't really want to say, but I think it was a piece of papaya bodywork that was coming off there. Nick Flies has fallen back down behind Ben, behind his teammates, so I have a suspicion it might have been them. Adam is not letting this one lie, though, because as he now goes down into turn number 17, he's late on the brakes, he's side by side with Tom. We watch them come out to the corner, but of course, Adam is now on the completely slick part of the circuit. Tom has that part of the circuit the cars have actually been racing on, so it's that little bit more grippy, and so you can see the difference now. They come down the start-finish straight, and Adam has not only lost the ability to fight for second place, he's also lost third place as well. Adam moves down to fourth place, Karim just behind him now, his teammate just ahead, and so Tom now has a 3.4 second gap to overcome to get himself back onto terms with Lolinoba out in front.
It was a necessary move for Tim Marduk in order to make sure the gap wouldn't fall out too far between he and Tom right now. Tom, of course, a champion in the Creator Series back in Season 3. He obtained that 3 seasons before Tim Marduk grabbed his first, but now, in terms of how championships are deployed, Tim Marduk has 2 of them after winning the title back in Season 8. Tom, on his return, showing that he still packs a punch despite now racing in a new rig. Adam Sanderson also showing his spirited pace. Tim Marduk fighting back over second place and now takes it here this time at Miami. He masterstrokes his way through in the Mercedes, and now with Tom lying behind in third place, Formula Karim now shows in front of Adam Sanderson. The top contenders in the championship are coming home to roost, and Tom, being one of those former top contenders, rejoining that very same party. But I must say, Lolinoba is looking really good for his first Creator Series victory.
Absolutely. And, Lewis Hamilton was interviewed recently. He says that daily domination might begin to bore fans. This is another example of that. A good drive through the field by Ben Daly so far here today. But whether he can overcome 3.4 seconds in the remaining 14 laps in these sorts of conditions, whilst he's then being harassed by Tom and Karim and others behind, that's then the big question. Sanderson saying, I don't have the wings for this. Well, I'm not surprised by that. You're a human being, not a bird. The last time I checked, Adam, but there we go.
Well, in effect, it confirms your point, Dan, because you said earlier on that he was running a setup that was essentially a very low-wing setup, which isn't going to help him in these conditions. So I would expect Sanderson to really, really fall off in this latter stint, given the fact that we are in those wet conditions and he needs the downforce.
He certainly does, and Nogueira needs it as well. He also needs to defend his position because here comes Meraki, and of course claimed the pole position in the initial run of qualifying, is then shuffled down to the back in this race. So this has been a very good recovery drive from them so far, but now on the run through here, again, it's a bit like what we saw for Adam earlier on. Through these corners, they're not much of a corner in a Formula 1 car, but when you've got these wet conditions and you've got the changing levels of grip and you've got the areas that are drier and wetter than other parts, we can see there was an initial turn of pace there from Nogueira on acceleration, but then throughout the rest of that section he lost out because he just wasn't on the right part of the racing line, whereas Jake was. So Jake has been able to take that place, consolidate it. So too has Vince ahead of Nogueira. Nick Flies now tucked in behind, and there you can see that end plate that is missing from Nick Flies' McLaren as well. So that's confirmation of the damage there. Meanwhile, up towards the front, you can also see from the timing tower that we've got then Tom, Formula Karim very close to one another and close to the car in front of Ben Daly, but that gap has actually expanded between Lolinoba and Ben Daly. I say that, and then it goes all the way back down to 3.4 seconds. Now up to 3.7. That's more like it. So it's all getting better for Lolinoba, and they just need to keep their head nice and level, nice and calm. And when we end up getting that change of weather conditions, because we will, then he needs to make sure that he nails the right time to come off of these tires. Of course, it will be much less likely we get a safety car scenario when it starts to dry up, because you're not going to be losing grip at that point. You'll gain it initially as things start to dry, and then of course you'll start to get into that territory where the inters will overheat. But I'm sure the drivers will change off of them far before they get to a state where the overheating becomes a significant problem and you end up flying off of the track.
Yeah, no, absolutely spot on. Lolinoba, though, a full example of what he is capable of. We've seen prior races of him fighting back from the depths of despair, then moving his way up into the top 10 where he would rack together some serious points. Formula Karim, speaking of serious points, hunting down after second place against fellow title contender Timit Marduk, and now Karim holds those P2 cards. Adam Sanderson losing another place to Meraki this time, who was fighting his way through the field. We saw him overtake Noiguera not too long ago. Noiguera fighting up against Racing Chai as well as we speak. Racing Chai unable to hold on to that 8th place as Noiguera takes it back. That guy Vince also quietly moving his way through the field and is on the tail of Adam Sanderson, who, like we said before, struggling with that lack of downforce is certainly hampering him right now. He's forfeiting Delta, he's forfeiting tenths, and now Meraki needs to try and close that 2.4 second gap. But the one positive he does have is obviously with Sanderson suffering that lack of downforce, it does go in his favour. That guy Vince now looking for yet another move as he now goes side by side with Sanderson over that 6th place, and indeed the Aston Martin getting the wheel spin coming out of turn 18. Will round the final bend at turn 19 into P6 and only a second behind Meraki, and that won't be an issue because remember, DRS is not a factor in wet conditions. Here comes Noiguera, Dan.
Absolutely, here he does. Now, as we watch on board with the Ferrari driver, we are also getting some information. Apparently, according to Safso's engineer, the rain will stop in about 5 minutes' time. Now, of course, they'll still then need some time for the track to clear that water. You know, it is reasonably warm air and track temperatures here today, so it should clear up relatively quickly, but it's not going to be 5 minutes, then we're instantaneously back to dries. So we've got maybe, given that the lap times are just over a minute and a half now, about 4 laps, maybe 5, until we're back into slick racing conditions. And so at that point then we're talking early 20s in terms of the laps, around maybe lap 23, 24, and that's then where you're going to need that crossover to be absolutely perfect. What is perfect right now is Razin Chai's performance in relation to Adam Sanderson. Gets the move done up the inside in turn number 11, no problems whatsoever for them. And now, just having a look at the back of that guy Vince and Nogueira as well, as they make their way up into turns 14, 15. So as they come through there, they're going to need to have a look behind them, because Razin, as we mentioned in the build-up in the show here, he's gotten 2 podiums out the last 3 Grand Prix. He has done very, very well. He's been very good, particularly at the end of stints and the end of races. When other drivers are starting to lose a little bit of their concentration and some of their stamina, he seems to then come back and manage to overtake execute some good overtakes. Another good overtake here could be coming from GB, who is in the car. It's not Robo GB anymore, and Robo GB could even dream of what he's just done there. GB moves up into 9th place ahead of Adam Sanderson. With Sanderson's low wings, you would think that on the straights it would be helping him out, but the fact is he can't carry enough speed onto the straights initially for the top end speed to then matter.
Yeah, no, he loses all the momentum coming through some of the slow speed corners, especially I would say turn 16 being a major concern for him, and turn 1 as well as a prime example, as we have already seen now, and that guy Vince is taking full advantage of that in his own right, though he has got Noiguera hunting him down just behind, and obviously that guy Vince now 2.6 seconds behind Meraki, who is very much in no man's land, but is closing to the back of Tom. Now, we could be on the cusp of a major Alpine point scoop here. They currently sit just over 40 points away from the top end. This could be a huge result for them should they be able to continue and get double points, with Noiguera now dancing down the inside of that guy Vince on the run down through towards the apex now as they run in towards sector 2 proper. Full on now from the Ferrari that looks to try and defend the place in P6. That guy Vince now down in 7th with Racing Chai hovering all over the rear. I tell you what, there's chances for every single car across this grid order to advance their points total here, and with 10 laps to go, changeable conditions could cause a stir before the end of the race, because Formula Karim is actually not too far away and he's gaining, I would say, on Lolinoba.
So there we go then, and as we watch that battle, of course, one of the things that you may have noticed is that there's actually a missing end plate on Vince's car. So, you know, it's, as Hoodie Pete asks, any thumbs lost yet? No, but a bit of downforce. So that's all going on in that sense there. Alpine, of course, 5th in the Constructors' Championship, 102 points so far, and with the performance of both drivers here today, you know, Tom is doing very well, of course, up in 4th place, is close enough to Ben that he might end up making something happen there, or possibly even on Karim, so he could end up finishing on the podium. Razim's, of course, in amongst this group as well, is likely going to overtake Vince in the not-too-distant future, given that damage that Vince is carrying. So it's going to be maybe a 6th, 7th place for Razim come the end of this one, depending on how things go with Nogueira and Jake in front too. And so with that, that's a really good haul of points. And as Vince drops down the order here, that's less and less points for Aston, and so Alpine could start something of a late season or mid-season charge towards the front of the order.
Could well do, and I'm also keeping my eyes peeled now on this McLaren rise. Karim may have lost time in that last lap, but we're now seeing wheel to wheel again with that guy Vince. Certainly with the wing damage, it's not worrying him too much because he's back again, challenging Rasin Chai over that 7th place, but the Alpine doing enough just to stop the Aston from gaining that place back. And now Chai, who is now going to work hard to try and catch back up to the Ferrari of Nogueira. The rain is starting to peter out a little bit out there, so we're actually getting word from the telemetry. We're seeing rain stop in the next 3 minutes, so it is pretty much in line with what we were expecting. GB now blasting past his teammate, that guy Vince, despite having the 5-second time penalty, still on the move, but we know that penalty is going to be a negative impact come the end of the race. Lap 20 will become lap 21, and just look at the time deficit between Lolin Ober and Karim. It was gone 3 seconds before. It's now only 2.6, and I can tell you he actually gained 6 to 7 tenths of a second in the last lap alone.
That's rather impressive speed, and as the circuit dries up then and rubber's back in, it's just going to be more and more advantage, I suspect, moving towards Karim as opposed to Lolinobi. You can see the concentration on his face there as he makes his way through. Little bit of a mistake though, slight oversteer moment, which you would start to expect in these sorts of conditions. You know, things are starting to get just maybe a little bit dry for the intermediates, though not dry enough for the slicks, and so that temperature is going to just start to build up in those rear tyres, particularly in those longer corners like turn 7 is. And of course it comes off the back of a series of high-speed chicanes through sort of 5, 6 as well. So as we have a look at all of them, we now look further back down the field. We got Fabio now on, oh, and he's gotten a 3-second time penalty just as we start to look at him. But as we watch on then, he's got a 3-second time penalty, yes, but he's also got medium tyres on that car. So there's a gamble here now from those down towards the back of the grid that maybe those tyres will end up being the better ones to use at this stage. So as they start to come through, then you can see that Fabio is also being harassed a little bit. Whoa, and a bit of a side-by-side moment there, bumping and barging with Matati, and it opens the door. Thank you very much, says Ricky03, and he slides past there nice and easily in front of Fabio's Ferrari. And as we watch all of that unfolding, those at the front still persisting with the intermediate tyres. It's very interesting to see them continuing to go on this long. And whilst all of that's going on, now we see Nogueira also going on to presumably slick tyres here. If it's not slicks, then goodness gracious me, Ferrari strategy is something that infects even the game itself. But no, it is slick tyres and soft tyres in particular that are going onto that car. Now, I think that's an interesting one, because when we saw at the beginning of this Grand Prix, there was one driver who started on the soft tyre. That was Safso. Saf fell down the order reasonably quickly after just a few laps. I don't think those soft tyres are going to do anybody any good who elect to use them. I think the medium tyre is probably the better race tyre, even with this short number of laps left to go.
Yeah, I would actually say DRS now enabled, so if you're on the slicks now, it's actually a well-timed stop for Nogueira, but you're absolutely spot on. Is the soft tyre the right compound to be on? And there's quite a high level of load placed on this rubber around this track as well, especially when you're coming into the slow apexes. You're spinning up the tyres again, coming out of the likes of turn 1, turn 16, even turn 17 of the realm. It'll be interesting to see how those softs perform. Nogueira's not the only one who's gambled on that. Adam Sanderson has done the same, so has Gwatz, and we've got Scott Taylor further down in 17. So let's see how they behave. You'd fathom that Lolinoba, Karim, Timet Marduk, Meraki, they've all got to come in. Chaos, though, at Alpine, because Tom and Racing, surely they're going to have to double stack.
You would imagine so, but that being said, there is about a 4-second gap between them. So I think that they should be all right to do that, provided that Tom doesn't go unnecessarily slowly into the pit lane. And of course, there's the nature of this game in that when you do have a double stack, yes, you might have to wait a moment, but the actual stop itself is very, very quick, provided that the human has their hands on the controls for the second driver. So Razin, hopefully, as far as they're concerned, is not going to lose too much through the double stack stop here, but we'll have to wait and see. The question now, though, is how we're going to end up seeing Lolinoba reacting now that they've got the slick tires on. They were losing huge amounts of time. They've lost a whole second out of the pits to Formula Karim. There must have been some sort of moment that was had there by Lolinoba, because the back end of the car maybe just getting stepped out on them as they try and stamp on the loud pedal, something like that, because Karim is now all of a sudden right there. And, you know, we watched earlier on, just before they came into the pits, out the exit of turn number 16, down onto the back straight. That was where we could really see the confidence of the two drivers behind Lolly. Lolly was really far away from the wall on the exit. Karim and Ben all the way up to it. As they come down now into turn number 11, it could be confidence on the brakes. Not even needed. He manages to pass him before the braking zone. Formula Karim takes the lead of the Miami Grand Prix Part 1 before we reset everything for our second race later on.
Yeah, these two have fought together many times so far through the course of this season, despite being fairly new to the championship. And Formula Karim one-upping his McLaren here to the head of the field now. We're coming into the latter stages of this race, and Tim Etmark, I would argue, isn't yes either. He's only 2.4 behind. We'll be watching the lap counter very closely. Rasin Chai has also found paces. Back comes Lolinoba to retake that race lead. The rear light flashing now as he looks to recharge coming out of turn 17, and he'll take the lead, albeit for this moment in time. We'll see it swap regularly, and it's swapping over P3 as well as the two former championship rivals, Meraki and Tim Etmark, come together with the Red Bull of Meraki this time, moving into the podium place. A major assault from the man who thought he achieved pole come the end of qualifying until the wild card was announced. He's now returned with a last to currently P3 result, but can he hold on to it before the end of the race?
That's the thing. That's the all-important question, because I think that really, I mean, you can see there on the timing tower now, we've got those soft tires on Tom, on Meraki, on Nogueira's cars as we watch the swap over for the lead once again. Karim up into lead now, ahead of Lolinoba once more. But I think that Ben is just going to have to be intelligent about this. He's gone for the move anyway. We can see that from the timing tower. But I think that he doesn't need to be too concerned, realistically, with those cars that are immediately to his rear now. It's the fight ahead of him that he should be more concerned about, and the fact that these two drivers are sharing DRS, because the soft tires, I don't think are going to be able to stand up to the punishment these drivers will give them in these closing stages.
Well, I mean, this is where Tim Etmark comes in. I'd imagine he'll force Meraki to use that rubber as much as possible. And just coming out of those corners, I alluded to them again, those slow speed corners that cause such an imposition. Tom now gambling, actually moving past Tim Etmark, who's actually lost 2 places now in the space of one single straight. And that just goes to show the effects of the slipstream that we see as well. It is so powerful on the F124 game, and once again on display here this time, coming out of turn 16 down towards turn 17. This next lap now has once again begun. We're on lap 25 of 29 as Adam Sanderson now crosses the line as well, moves into turn 1, chasing after GB as they look to fight over the rest of those top 10 places. Yet another great, I was supposed to say great showing from Adam Sanderson. Got on the curb almost much like he did at Spa, only this time it did not lead to that crucial retirement.
Absolutely not. And touching the curb there is unsettled Adam Sanderson's car. He's got a bit of previous form as far as doing that is concerned, but hopefully he's not going to end up repeating the results of that. We watch now as down the back straight we can see the change in the timing tower. Lolinoba gets back past Karim. Tom now gets past Jake as well. So this is a fantastic return to grid series for Tom. And his teammate Razin Chai is just a few tenths of a second away from getting ahead of, well, he's already ahead of GB, but getting sufficiently far ahead that GB loses DRS, and that's exactly what's just happened there. Razin now just needs to be a bit more brave on the brakes through these next couple of corners, and then GB is going to be left defenseless against Adam Sanderson. Adam, don't be surprised if he now starts to come back in this closing stage with that much quicker straight line speed setup, the lower wings and so on, that are much more suited to these dry conditions. But also, he has the soft tyres on. That, I think, again, is something of a tactical bumble on his part.
Yeah, and it could either pay dividends or it could be an unfortunate disaster, but we'll wait and see. But moves being made, Sanderson getting the up on GB so far. Of course, the gap's still minimal, and with DRS applied, GB will have every chance to retake the place back, but his tyres are well and truly beyond the window of what Adam Sanderson has. 13 laps applied to GB's tyres, so quite a level of wear already used upon them. But bear in mind, we still have 3 or so laps to go as we now watch Lolin Ober and Formula Karim fight over the race lead. It's Karim holding on to all the cards right now. Meraki trying to dig deep, trying to dig for that additional delta. Meraki at this point, not as quick as Lolin Ober. Lolin Ober's last lap was a 1:27.937. Meraki's was a 1:28.5. Back to the lead goes Lolin Ober, up the inside of Formula Karim now as they come in towards Sector 3 out of Sector 2 very soon. It is wheel-to-wheel between Tibet Marduk and Tom, the two champions, two former champions now duking it out with another former champion, Meraki, also coming into the fray in a wonderful move from Tibet Marduk, coming into the very tight chicane at turns 14 and 15, and the Aussie strikes once again, the wonder from down under, with Tom all over his tail, the man with the new sim, now looking to baptise it in style and in fashion, as the Alpine looks to strip away that Aussie magic away in the dying stages of this race, with 3 laps to go. Tom forces him now, coming out of turn 17 as they remain wheel to wheel, coming through towards turn 19 again, a sheer dogfight over some of the highest points places and the final podium spot as well. Tibet Marduk with the tiger line coming in towards turn 1 here on lap 27. He holds it and keeps Tom in behind.
He certainly does. A fantastic bit of gamesmanship back and forth between these cars, but I think that whole battle is just indicative that those softs are already past their best now. The medium tyres seem to be much, much stronger. You can see that through that whole section of the circuit there, both soft cars behind were just struggling a little bit more with keeping the car completely committed through there, whereas Ben's car with the mediums on, just able to stay planted. You can see there on the left-hand side of the timing tower how we've got that set up there to show you those tyre graphics, and it's so close between all these drivers, so close still at the front between Lolin Ober and Formula Karim. It's a couple of laps to go, of course, after this one, and it's so the words escape me, but it's so tight. It's so incredibly precarious. That's the word I was looking for before, between the pair of them, because if anything were to go wrong, any sort of collision between them, and Ultra Killer, much like Logan Sargent, he has crashed in turn number 3 on this circuit, but of course it's far too late now for a safety car to be deployed. This is the last lap the safety car is allowed to be out in the F1 game. It will then automatically leave 2 racing laps at the end, so it won't be coming out this time, but that of course produced the safety car in that same area of the circuit, the same team of car in fact, as what then produced Lando Norris's first victory in Formula 1. Do we end up seeing another papaya car on the top step here today, or will it be the Haas and a first-time Grand Prix winner in the firm of Lolin Ober?
Well, we're on the penultimate lap of the race now. We've lost Gwatz as well, another retirement from this race, and he's actually retired coming into turn 17. So the yellow flags are raised at that portion of circuit, but that car has disappeared. No safety car will make an appearance now this late in the game, as Dan so rightly alluded to. Lolin Ober, though, flashing all over the tail of Formula Karim once again. We'll have a chance with DRS now as they whip around towards turn 11 and will sweep up the inside to at least take the initial advantage, at least for now. But there is still another straight to come here on lap 28, and after that, one final lap to take them through to the bitter end, as these two who have come together, Lolin Ober chasing a first victory in the Creator Series against Formula Karim, who has already obtained his first this season, incidentally has taken 2, his last win coming at a street circuit, and looking set to try and challenge Lolin Ober for a second street circuit victory, this time at Miami, and does indeed take the lead coming in towards the end of the penultimate lap. Final lap to come, Dan, and it's a 2-horse race.
I think that's a tactical bumble there by Karim. I would have stayed behind on this following lap here, because down that back straight, you're so defenseless as the car in front with the massive barn door rear wings that they've mostly got on in the field here. And of course, then you've got the DRS factor as well. You've got the slipstream, which, as you've mentioned before, George, is so powerful in this game. If the slipstream was only so powerful in the real world, we'd get so much more overtaking done in real world Formula 1. But as it is now, they come down through turn number 7. Lolin Ober's going to stay close throughout this whole section of the circuit here. If he's smart, then he won't go for the overtake here. He'll stay behind and just keep that car close, but not in front of the Papaya car in front of him. Down towards turn number 11 they'll go, and Lolinoba is going to want to overtake. There's going to be the temptation there. You can see in the bottom right as well, we've got the overtake happening now between Ben and then Meraki too, and you can see there, Karim's got his racing brain on because he's trying to be the car that doesn't go in first. The pair of them going so slowly, and now Lolinoba sees the opportunity, dives for it. He's taken the bait here, and I think that bait was absolutely... Oh, and look at them, they're going so slow, they're playing DRS chicken with each other. This is so incredibly fascinating to see this all playing out in front of us here. There's now a half-second gap between the pair of them as they run now down towards that very final corner. Whoever controls the inside line, I suspect, is going to end up having this one at the end. And now, one way or the other, a movement in reaction. If that was real-world racing, that would be illegal blocking on the part of Lolinoba there. Karim makes the move work, though, up the inside. They're side-by-side through the last couple of corners. Any contact? Are they going to win? It's Lolinoba! Lolinoba takes the victory right on the line with an incredible bit of driving between the two of them there. They will no way be happy with that, but somehow both cars managed to cross the line. And Tiamat Marduk in third place. He was so close to getting more, but not to be this time. And goodness gracious me, Lolinoba, what a way to win your first Creator Series race.
Two former F2 champions come home to roost, dicing it out on the final lap. DRS chicken playing a factor, but Lolinoba, who then tried to squeeze Karim all the way down towards turn 17, trying to shut that door with Karim's straight line speed and slipstream favouring the Papaya McLaren. It did not favour him this time for victory. Certainly a dubious and I'm sure controversial race result, leading to Lolinoba's very first Creator Series victory, and it's at Miami. A hard race around the Hard Rock Stadium, but it's Lolinoba who takes all the points. And Tiamat Marduk also having a snip of a victory as well. It got very close. He was within a second heading down that long straight, and one moment he could have capitalised, but Lolinoba is a victor for the first time in the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. He takes victory here, and 25 points will go his way. 20 to Formula Karim, who's already taken 2 victories this season. It's another podium. Tiamat Marduk taking a podium as well. Third place. Meraki in fourth. Tom debuting his brand new sim, and I would say it worked out quite well. 5th place. Rasin Chai, Alpine, 5th and 6th. We got Noiguera in 7th. Good result. Adam Sanderson, a points finish, hefty points finish as well for the Mercedes team. Formula Kai in 9th, with that guy Vince in 10th place. Ricky 03, 11th. GB in 12th. After all the technical issues, it's great to see him fighting back. Zapso in 13th. Matati reserving in 14th. And then Infratic down in 15th. Remember, started on the front row. A tough race for him. Scott Taylor in 16th, of course. We lost a few towards the end. Nick Flies, Squats, Ultra Killer, and Blackmere all retiring before the end of the race, and therefore did not make the checkered flag, but obviously some of them counting just due to the sheer percentage of the race that they managed to complete. But what a phenomenal ending to that. Controversial ending, Daniel Gilligan, between two former F2 champions who certainly I can imagine, I have not dared to look in the cooldown room just yet. We still have one more race to go. Is it dangerous having those kinds of battles out on track prior to yet another race, the second race coming up later in the evening?
I think that with that one, if anything were to blow up in the cooldown room, then it would have to be, I think it would have to be Lolly having a go at Karim, to be perfectly honest with you, because, I mean, Karim, the reality of it is there, for where those two cars were side by side, I'm sure that we'll get a big proper review of clips and everything else, but from my initial watch of it and for what sticks out in my memory, I think actually, if Karim had not tried to squeeze Lolly on the inside, and that then led to the contact, which ultimately led to the collision at the end, I think that Karim, even though he's on the slightly longer line, he'd have cleared him. He would have been absolutely fine. He would have won that race by a very fine margin, albeit, but I think that would have been the end result. So I think that was Karim just, elbows out a bit too much. And so, he's not done himself all that much glory there, I suppose. But
was it a response, though, to the switchback that we saw from Karim, though, coming into the inside? And obviously we saw Lolinoba shut the door straight away, almost to the point. That's almost 2 defensive moves in one single straight. I mean, that is something that is frowned upon by an FIA steward.
It would be, yes. And obviously, if we were in a league situation, or if this was if this is real world racing, we wouldn't see half the moves we do because a certain thing called self-preservation instinct would stop them from doing them. But you know, the fact of the matter is that it's not a league. I think that's something that maybe sometimes needs to be told to people pretty frequently. Creative Series is not a league. It's something here for everyone to have a bit of fun and create content and have a laugh. And something like that where you see cars exploding across the finish line, that's brilliant content. That's great. That's really entertaining. Anyone who derides that and says, oh, well, it's not for serious racing, go away. Honestly, take your serious racing and shove it.
Welcome to the Creator Series, everyone, powered by EA Sports. Incredible. I think just to analyze all of this, there's only one man who could achieve that. It's Joshua Richards. Josh, over to you.
Yeah, amazing stuff there, Dan. So what a chaotic final lap we had there. First and foremost, we're going to watch on with our race winner, Lolly. Can we play the video, please? Thank you very much. So this was coming down in towards turn 11. I haven't really paid attention to quarter numbers today. But Formula Cream already going wide. This is where the games really started between the pair of them. Both of them, neither of them want to have that DRS down that final straight. So they're both lifting off. All the while, Teammate Mardik, Meraki, Tom, all behind, catching up. They don't want to do it too much. They don't want to let them get into this fight, which they very nearly did, but into the chicane here, to the inside, pretty much stopping there between the pair of them. Eventually, Lolanoba decides, I'm going to take the DRS, I'm going to send it, and then down the straight, trying to break the toe here. Formula Karim pushing in behind in that slipstream with the DRS open now as well, burning all of the battery down towards the final corner. Goes to the outside, now looks to the inside. Lolanoba, very late move there, trying to defend the position. They both go a little bit deep into the final corner, and then this is where the final incident happened. The really, really big one up towards the line. They're running right up against this curb and a little bit of contact there. Contact model really just takes them around, and Lolanoba coming across the line with the win there. We'll head over and look at the POVs from Karim's side. This was the first one with the DRS games happening in the middle sector here, so coming through. Neither of them want to be leading, of course. That DRS so powerful down the final straight. We saw how much Karim was able to gain. So yeah, both of them trying to give the other person the DRS to give themselves that advantage on the final lap. As we see, eventually Lolanoba makes the decision, and then Karim tucks in behind, gets ready for the run. This was the squeeze that we had coming down towards the final corner. So as you see, Karim over to the outside, switches to the inside very late, just about making contact. They very nearly put it into the wall, but yeah, just about survived that one. And then this was the POV up towards the line. And this is one I actually haven't watched yet, but this is going to be a very interesting one. How much space does Karim leave? He's pushing it very close. And yeah, unfortunately, that is what causes the spin. I think you were right, Dan, with your analysis. Tom's car actually got DNF'd almost. The wheel was missing from the car. I didn't even see that. I think you were probably correct there, that if he had left a little bit more space, he would have been able to hold it. The car was a little bit further back. And yeah, as you can actually see, contact there, and with Tom's car across the line, the wheel missing from the Alpine there as well. So very chaotic final lap, but that is what we love to see here.
Yeah, it definitely is. Josh, thank you so much for that. As always, fantastic analysis. And it was an immediate response, wasn't it? I mean, both drivers gave it as good as they got, and at the end of the day, it's all over the big points. And here in the Creator Series, we live for stuff like that. What a moment, certainly in that. We're going to bring in Lolanoba now for an interview. Let's talk to the man himself. Lolanoba, a winner in the EA Sports F1 Creator Series. You must be absolutely thrilled, and you gave us some fireworks at the end.
Thank you. I don't know how I finished the race, but I really like it. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we all saw what happened. It was a very complicated race because we saw mix-ups at the start. The safety car came out. We had the rain come down. We saw swaps from slicks onto the wets. Then we were back on the slicks again. People selecting between softs and medium tyres. And then all of a sudden, you, as a former F2 champion, as well as Formula Karim, also a former F2 champion, come together, DRS chicken, heading down out of turn 16, and then all culminating in you two coming together in what was probably one of the most fiery finales over a Creator Series victory. Can you just talk us through that, please, and digest it for us?
Yeah, I was worried about the intermediate soft tire, but I managed that. I was worried about Karim because he was literally fast on track. But I managed, yeah. I was worried for my finish, for my tire, but first you have to finish, say Schumacher, so I just do it.
Oh, Dan, have you got a question for Lolinober as well? I'll throw it to you.
Well, not a question necessarily, but it'll start as a question. Lolinober, do you know the brand new rule that I've just made up for first-time winners in the Creator Series?
I already win last year with F2. So
George
it's
Morgan
not my
lied
first
to
time.
me. Oh wait,
Why?
hang on. We're being told in a sprint race. The sprint race doesn't
Yeah, but
count.
yeah, but that
apparently.
was
So
that was
do you know that's then totally fair. George Morgan did not lie to me, as it turns out. But yeah, when you win a Grand Prix for the first time, you actually have to sing your national anthem on stream. So could you do that for us now?
Okay, I can sing the Italian anthem. Yeah, I can do it.
Good, excellent. Yeah, in your own time. You crack on.
Okay, I start. I play?
Yeah.
Okay. Fratelli, l'Italia sei destra. Okay, stop, please. Stop.
Love it. Hey, listen, Lolinober, I love the commitment, mate. What a phenomenal display. And we got a bit of music towards the end as well. You have a beautiful voice. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On being a Creator Series victor. We'll see you in race 2.
Thank you. Hope I don't crash.
Fingers crossed you don't. Bear in mind, both he and Formula Karim will be starting on the same row together for the start of the next race too. So yeah, we got that to look forward to. Right, we have got Mr. Benjamin Daly coming up as well, folks. We're going to bring him in for a quick chat. Mr. Benjamin Daly, Tiamat Marek, what a strange race. I think it has to be said, but we expected chaos. We expected carnage. A surprise reverse grid, which I think shocked everybody. Is he there?
He's not talking. I think he just feels as though he's not been given the right sort of level of grandiose entry that he's used to. There should be fanfare, there should be fireworks, there should be everything. Even though he's not won, Ben feels as though that's what he needs. Is he going to speak now? Any point? Maybe? Who knows? Possibly? Well, I tell you what then, what we'll do is we've actually just moved Ben into the Fan Zone voice channel, the Hangout VC. So if you're in the Creator Series Discord server, you can now go and talk to Benjamin Daly. He is right there for you to listen to.
And maybe you will get some Aussie national anthem as well in the Fan Zone. That's
No, hey, no anthems for people who finish in third place. That's silly. That's silly, George.
I just love
We're
this.
only a serious broadcast here, George Morgan. I don't want any of your silliness coming in here. Anthems for the third place driver. Goodness gracious, mate.
There are no rules in the Creator Series. We don't have stewards. So listen, anything goes as far as I'm concerned.
Anything?
Hey, listen, no one's
Or
gonna...
do I need to get the bleep machine back out again?
Hey, apparently he's back. Ben's back.
He's saying oi, hello, is what he's saying. So I think maybe we could.
Can we confirm?
He's now in the interview waiting room, and now he's here with us. Look at this. We've now got and Josh Richards pops up. There we go. Now we've got Ben.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, this has been a fun visit. Hey Ben, welcome to the Creator commentary box. Let me just put this out there. I mean, I think many people were shocked, were they not? One of the most mental races I think we have seen so far this season. And I think what we can add to that, I think, was the shock probably the drivers felt when they found out it was reverse grid after qualifying.
Yeah, I was buzzing. I was over the moon. I had my worst quali in probably a while this season, and then I get the brilliant news, and then you literally turned my frown upside down.
That's what we do. We're charitable here in the Creator Series. Dan, over to you. Have you got a question for Ben?
I certainly do. Yeah, Ben, I want to ask, why were you so slow? Why did you not win that one? Honestly.
Well, just skill issue. You know me. I'm getting pretty old these days.
Yeah.
32. You know. It gets the best of us, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was all right. I felt good in the first half of the race, and then in the rain, as the tires started to go off, that's when I started to feel quick. But early stint pace wasn't great, and then I was just too far away from who was it? Karim. I was too far away from Karim starting the last stint, and I kind of felt I purposely let Jake and Tom catch me so we could DRS swap. I didn't end up working in the end, but it was okay. I'm not overly happy with the setup, so I don't see things improving very much into the next one. But you know what? I'll be happy with another podium. It feels like every week is damage limitation, you know.
Well, it seemed like quite a consistent theme with Mercedes, because Adam Sanderson, I must say, another fantastic race on his part. Obviously, had the retirement back at Spa last time, but I think if we actually look at Adam's race, it was brilliant. And again, he showed some really classy moments once again, and is not, certainly not afraid to go for the big moves. But he also mentioned that he was struggling with setup as well, given the fact I believe he was running low wings. When the weather changed, did that kind of throw a spoke in the wheel? Was there a blop of concern there as to how the race would turn out?
My biggest concern was the rain, because I'm struggling with stability and confidence. So dry is not too bad, but yeah, I mean, we're both running the same setup. Adam with a lot lower front wing, so he was really struggling with stability. But luckily, that's something he can change, and if he wants to get more pace out of it, he can up the front wing. But yeah. It's a confidence thing, isn't it? I think Adam will be even more like eyed in for this second race, so I think he'll do even better as long as he doesn't do Devin Butler things.
He's not afraid to bring out the Devin Butler in him, is he, Dan?
No.
No, not at all. Not at all. Ben, I've another question for you, really. Obviously, your closest title rival is no longer your closest title rival because of the points that Karim has scored there. He's now the closest title rival. But going into this one, it was Alex Gillen. Any messages for him if you were to speak to him right now?
Did you enjoy your flight or anything like that?
Gillen in the mud? Does that cover it?
It might well do. What if I were to tell you that he would be racing in the second race?
Oh, yay! All right. Well, that's spicy. I did say to him in DMs, like, I actually did want him to be here. I want to see everyone, there and it being full competitiveness, and we don't want to see like people drop out of the title race for reasons out of their control. That's not what we want to see. We want to see close competition. So Alex is back. Bring it on. As long as he's not starting first, then happy days. Oh, good.
Well,
hey, let's go.
We'll wait and see. We are now starting to see in the cooldown room that Razin is imposing time limits. So if he's not here in a certain amount of time, he's not racing. So we'll wait and see. But last thing for you, Ben. Obviously, Tom has got his new spankly, shiny rig, things like that. Do you think that sort of thing poses an enormous difference for a driver? Like when you have changed your wheel, for example, do you feel as though it's giving you a big boost in performance, or is it similar to before?
No, it's going to take a while for it to kind of bed in. Even when you get a massive upgrade like Tom has, it's a reset to muscle memory. He's sitting in a different position. He's got a new throttle pedal. Everything is all a little bit unfamiliar. So it's going to take weeks, months even to get dialed in. On my last setup, my Acer Tech, it took me 6 months to like fully dial in. And you saw what my pace was at the end. And now I've also hit the reset button as well. So it takes a long time to like get in the groove and feel properly comfortable. So watch out for Tom, because like next season or the season after, well, I think we'll see Tom at his best again.
Well, I mean, coming into Miami with the wild card and the conditions as well, I mean, he seemed to have adjusted quite well to the task in the sim. So we'll see where that race goes. Hey, Ben, congratulations on the podium. Yet another one to your name. That is 44 in total this season. That is quite the number. Blessed. Yeah, incredible. So we wish you all the best for the next one, mate.
Thanks, guys. This is going to be spicy. I've been looking forward to it.
It's going to be a buzz for sure. Benjamin Daly, everybody. Tiamat Marduk joining us and heading out for the next race. And what could be yet again a meeting of the two rivals. We could be yet be seeing Alex Gillen, like you so rightly say, Dan, returning to the grid in what was unprecedented after the travel issues that they had earlier on. Look to take him out of the whole thing here tonight. So you never know. We could see yet another championship contender enter the fold. We're going to have Karim, Gillen, Tiamat Marduk all fighting over positions out on track. Let's take a look at the standings. Obviously, with Ben finishing in third, he now has 120 points against his name. Karim finishing second bolsters him up into 113. Meraki moves up to third on 105. Gillen now dropping to fourth place on 96, level with GB68. This just goes to show how close this championship truly is. One change in the result in our next race could yet flip this championship upside down. Rastin Chai in 6 on 90. Lolinoba with some big points in 70 with 75 after his last victory. That guy Vince in 8th on 55. And then Ricky 03 9 on 46, joint with Nogueira at the moment on 10th place. Savso in 11th place on 37, Matati on 30, Nick Flies 13th place on 20. Then we have Scott Taylor, Hayden Gullis, Formula Kai, Infratic Tom, F1 Alex, and Grid Jokes. Big points for Tom as well, Dan, getting his first ones of the season, immediately pops him into 18th place.
Certainly does, yeah. And I think what's interesting as well is looking at our graphic here of all the various people in the driver standings, with the exception of Jake, who's just been, Mr. Consistent in terms of his point scoring. That's 2 podiums to his name now, and plenty of other 4th place finishes, and or maybe not 4th, but sort of very close to the podium. But it's got him in 3rd place. But apart from him, we've then got the entire top 7 all have. No, I tell a lie. Razin also doesn't have a race win. But apart from Razin and apart from Jake, everyone in the top 7 has a race win now. So it's interesting to see that. It reminds me in a sense of, because obviously here in the Creator Series, we have a bit more of a truncated point system. You've got 15 positions eligible for points, not 10. And the gaps between those points are a little bit smaller than what we would see typically in real world. So you do have a result like that where Gillen not able to take part. But if we imagine a race where he did take part, but he just never managed to get any points for whatever reason, maybe he DNF'd, something like that, then it can suddenly send you in a big way up and down the order here with how close everybody is, because that gap between the points is not so large to allow somebody to really run off at a canter. And so, we've seen that in Formula One in the real world, for example. And people are now going to be wondering, why is Dan doing a history lesson? Because we're playing for time. It's a wonderful thing in the world of production of live entertainment. But, you go back to the early 2000s, Michael Schumacher, of course, winning most races in that time. He would run off into the distance. And so what the FIA thought is, well, let's just condense the points altogether. Instead of 10 for the win, then 6 for second, let's make it 10 and 8 for second instead. So you're going to have these smaller gaps and things like that, and you'll have points down to 8th place, not down to 6th, and so on and so forth. It didn't end up working, really, in the case of early 2000s and mid 2000s F1. We still end up seeing Schumacher dominating and other drivers and teams doing very, very well, and others sort of being left without any points whatsoever. But here in the Creator Series, it does seem to, broadly speaking, be working. I mean, Ben has only got the 1 race victory this season. He's got 2 podiums to his name outside of that victory. So, in terms of that, you could actually say that there are some other drivers in terms of peak results that have done much, much better. Gillen, for example, has his race win and then 3 additional podiums, despite the fact he's not taken part in that race just now. So it is about that sort of consistency. And yes, of course, you can have people talk about, oh, well, Gillen was taken out in this race, or this happened, or this, that, and this, and that. If my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a bike. So let's not talk about what ifs and all this sort of thing. Instead, let's take a look at the starting grid. So at the back then, we've got Alex Gillen. Did not take part in the first race, so it's essentially treated like a disqualification. Starts the back alongside the race winner, Lolinoba, from last time out. Then up to 18th and 17th places. Any moment now, we'll see it change. There we go. We've got Ben Daly in 17th, and then Karim, of course, alongside in 18th position. Moving on from them, we've then got the hard fight behind Ben in that race there on the 2 soft compound tyres towards the end. It's Jake in 16th, Tom in 15th. 14th, we've then got Rasin Chai. So the 2 Alpines doing very well in that last race, and will hope to work together to move forward in this one. Nogueira then in 13th place as the lead Ferrari in that past event. We then move on to Adam Sanderson. Very good performance in the dry last time. Whether that then carries on into this one, do we get changeable conditions again? We'll have to wait and see. Alongside him is Formula Kai in 11th. In 10th place, that guy Vince, after falling down the order a little bit with that damage later on, puts him smack bang in the middle of this grid here. Ricky 03 alongside him in 9th. We've then got GB68, 8th place alongside Sasso, Season 1 champion, of course, and hoping to do better out of the last one. The learnings of the soft tyre being rubbish in that first stint will hopefully be applied by him at the beginning of this race. 6th place, we've got Matati in the Red Bull, and then alongside Infratic. Fabio hoping, of course, for a better result this time than what he got last time, starting in that higher position in the grid. 4th place, we've got Scott Taylor. A mistake at the start and the last one relegated them to poor positions throughout that race, but a good qualifying session indicates there is more to come from this driver. 3rd place, Nick Flies, who had similar damage problems like we saw with Vince in that race. And then on our front row, in 2nd, it is Ultra Killer, starting 1 place back. So on average, best qualifying that we're seeing anywhere in the Creator Series. They've got a 1.5 average starting position in the Creator Series, and Blackmere alongside them after that DNF earlier on when GB managed to retake control of his car, but the AI did AI things and took out Blackmere. So
and that,
then,
of course,
George Morgan.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was just about to say,
yeah, there we are.
I mean, what this, of course, means is, like you said, right, these Ultra Killer, 2 back-to-back front row starts here in the Creator Series. Incredible. And that is absolutely sensational. Start to his Creator Series tenure this time around. We're back under formation lap conditions. Now, I just wanted to drag back the point you were saying about how close this championship is. One of the most eyebrow-raising contenders this season is, of course, Meraki. Someone who's actually only notched together one single podium this season. That was right at the start of the campaign back at Texas, United States. Since then, it's just been continuous top flight performances, but he has got over a century of points in the driver's standings and is still chasing that first podium and, that second podium, that first race win of the season. So you could argue that we haven't really seen the best of Meraki, but his sheer consistency so far this season, not to mention the odd fastest lap that he has taken, has brought him to the dance stand.
Certainly has, yeah. I think that it's interesting to watch drivers going through their sort of fallow periods, if you like, because that's, I think, where you see them actually sort of where they sort of lie in reality. You know, drivers can get a good result and that then can springboard them into the next result, and the mentality, stays nice and high. But it's when you then start not winning, when you're not on the podium, you know, are you then completely falling apart? Are you getting involved in incidents? Are you having low point scores? In the case of Jake, absolutely not. Still consistently scoring well, 16 points in 3 out of, now 4 of all of the rounds that we've had so far. This is round 6, of course, but we've had, of course, race 1 of this one. We're about to go into race 2. Round 2 was split into 2 races as well, so there's been plenty of opportunities for Jake to kind of fumble and mess things up, but he hasn't really, I would say, in terms of the end result, at least. Maybe you could argue that in races themselves, either strategically or just in terms of their racecraft, maybe there could have been some improvement, maybe there could have been some better results here and there, but that's not to be for them so far. As it is now, we watch as, of course, we see Alex Gillen there lining up in the back slot on the grid, and now we take our view to the front.
Yeah, the cars lined up on the grid. A few cars not making it around during the formation lap will have colder tyres. All 5 lights are indeed lit. And for the second time, it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Blackmere gets a good start, so does Ultra Killer, but not quite as good as Nick flies in behind. Also getting a good run is Scott Taylor, the momentum favouring him. Coming out of turn 2, and just look at this, Ultra Killer getting off to the curb, and he's had a swapper of sorts, and he's opened the door for Nick Flies to fly up his inside as they now round turn 3 and turn 4. In comes Fabio in Fratic, a Phoenix drive after starting and having his own issues in race 1. Well, he's fought back to P3 now, and Ultra Killer forfeiting more places. Sapso's gone through, Matati's gone through, and onwards comes GB68 as well in the Aston Martin after his technical glitches at the start of the last race. Well, he's returned this time and now looks set to continue on upwards as he now chases down a podium place. Blackmere leads, back comes Scott Taylor at the inside of Nick Flies now as they battle over P3.
And the Alpines on this first lap have had an absolutely dire first lap indeed. They've both ended up finding themselves at the back of the field here. I think there must have been some sort of turn 1 collision for Tom, and just now going into turn number 11 and 12, that's where we've seen a problem for Raz and Chai as well. So both Alpines at the back, they've got a lot of work to do now, though fortunately for them, they've not got a huge mountain to climb in terms of then those who won the race last time. They should open up a bit of opportunity here and there for them to come through. You've got Ultra Killer now ahead of their teammate here, but opening the door now for Ricky. Ricky coming through up the inside of their teammate here. Ultra Killer slotting in behind, but at the front, Blackmere leads the way with good pace so far, and it's in Fratic. It's Fabio in behind in the Ferrari, having a much, much, much better start to this Grand Prix than they did the last one. Nick flies in third. Good start for them. So too for Scott Taylor as well, maintaining their positions. But GB and Sasso, for me, some of the best starts we've seen in the field, as well as Fabio. Really, really good. Ben Daly is somehow up to 10th place as well. I will need to see that beginning to the race for Ben, because that is incredible to be that high up this early.
Yeah, and what's also incredible is we have had some more drivers start on soft compounded tyres, so it's interesting they've opted for that early start on the softs. Sapso going for it again. We got 3 wide. now over this P11 place. Noiguera in the mix of this. Adam Sanderson also thrown to this, and it could yet become a 4-car scrap. We go 4 wide, heading down in towards the next apex, coming in towards turn 11 at the beach south, as now we see them going 2 by 2. Noah's Ark coming in through sector 2, and very soon in towards sector 3, and it looks like Formula Kai has managed to hold off Noiguera, and up the inside goes Adam Sanderson. The sheer audacity from Adam Sanderson to topple Formula Karim. Remember, P2 in our last race, and Sanderson silenced him on the run heading in towards turn 16. Phenomenal move.
I think, though, that it's... Oh, and there's a mistake there. Double lockup for Blackmere at the head of the field. He's then got Fabio just alongside him there. Fabio not taking the opportunity just to go for the move yet, but given that we're on lap 2, DRS is available, of course, all revised in terms of the rules for activation in Formula 1 at the end of... the beginning, I should say, of last year, and he doesn't get the move done. I think, to me, that shows Fabio is maybe running either a high downforce setup or Blackmere has a low wing setup. Also, what's very interesting to me is that Adam Sanderson struggling in the straights. I think that might be damage on that car that's slowing him down in a straight line, because that car did not look the same slippery in a straight line Mercedes that we saw in the first race. So keep an eye on him. Also keep an eye, of course, on our 2-time winner this season, GB68. 3 wins, of course, over the course of his Creator Series career, if my memory is correct. And so as we see Anfratic moving up into first place, he'll soon be joined by GB68. GB is now moving to the inside of Anfratic. Fabio now goes from attacker to defender, and he loses the place. He's gone down into second place once more. GB68 already leading this Grand Prix. Fantastic bit of driving from them in the opening few laps to find themselves now in a leading position here.
The beauty of that was threading the needle just prior to the move at turn 11, slotted himself in between the car of Blackmere and also Nick Flies and Infratic himself as well. The Ferrari now sits in second, so he has quietly gained a place, and unfortunately if you're Blackmere, you forfeited a plethora of places as Scott Taylor now comes into this as well. Nick Flies trying to burst into second, trying to break down the momentum that Fabio has gained since the start of the race, but Fabio doing a great job to withstand the pressure as back comes Blackmere again. Sore after losing the places that he did have once before. He's going to try and take down 3 cars in one corner. He already managed to regain his place of Scott Taylor. Well, he's just broken down in Fratic and Taylor and Nick Flies coming in towards turn 1. Sensational effort, but GB is sprinting away.
Absolutely, and look at this then. It's so close, this racing here between these drivers. I suspect from what we saw there on the start-finish straight that Blackmere might have the lowest wings of anybody in this race so far, because the way he was able to come back, overtake 2 cars, one of which had DRS as well, was just absolutely brilliant straight line speed. I think that Blackmere has a good amount of straight line speed underneath them here, but Fabio clearly deciding enough is enough with all this playing around. I want to get on after GB here. GB making the lockup ahead of them, of course, and so now he moves back up into second place as Fabio. He's now just got a couple of hundredths that he needs to gather up here before they get to the detection line, and he will then have DRS on GB68, but it's not looking particularly good as they come through turn 16, and he might have just been able to sneak DRS there. We'll find out in a moment or two's time as they come up to that activation line. Does the rear wing open on the Ferrari? Yes, it does. That was crucial for Fabio's race, and for Scott Taylor, they are being a bit aggressive with it. And Blackmere has left the session as well, so I don't know what's gone on there. It looked as though Scott was really shoving Blackmere off to one side. Maybe on Scott's screen, Blackmere had already disappeared, and this is just the nature of the netcode and how it changes and when we see drivers leaving versus when they do and things like that. But as it is then, Blackmere's out of the session for the time being. They hopefully will be able to reconnect and rejoin us here, and now it's GB just ahead of Fabio, and Scott Taylor is now hanging on to their coattails as well, able to make use of DRS, and in the background, Safso going very, very wide indeed. Don't know if that was a mistake there, spinning up the rear tyres, whatever it happens to be, but they lost an enormous amount of pace and confidence there in that corner, but as they chase on after Ricky 03.
Yeah, Season 1 champion, unfortunately paying the price, I think, a little bit. Ricky 03 now in 6. GB, whilst having nearly a whole second, he was nearly a second and a half out at one point, but Fabio, just through sheer determination, utilising the battery as well, finding that DRS was so important and integral to his race coming out of turn 16, and ultimately now he's followed it up with a wonderful first and second sector now to bring himself to within 0.4 of a second. So GB is by no means safe where he is, and Scott Taylor has also forced himself onwards as well. It was very close. We saw it before between Taylor and Blackmere coming into the back end of the straight at turn 17, where it looked like Scott Taylor had aggressively shut the door on Blackmere, but Blackmere seemingly having additional problems, technical problems, the same issues we saw with GB at the very start of race 1. Ricky 03 now dancing into 4th as well, ahead of Nick Flies. There's now a virtual safety car comes out, and is that a fault? No, still virtual safety car here at this point. So now the cars have got to come down to Delta. I'm not quite sure what happened, but it looks like Blackmere has had some serious problems out there.
Yeah, I suspect that the AI has been bullied a bit by the real-world drivers, getting their elbows out as they pass it. There you go, no front wing on that car whatsoever. So yeah, somebody has either collided with it or potentially it has braked into the back of somebody if they've braked earlier than the AI was expecting, perhaps. So in they go then, and yeah, as you say, Tom's in the pits too, other drivers in the pits at the moment, so it could well be that that is the situation there. As they go down the start-finish straight, then you can see some drivers of the field taking advantage of the early opportunity to get a tyre change done, and Ben has retired from the session.
Me. That's extraordinary. Tim Marduk out of the race.
Happened there?
That is a full safety car, everyone. That has been converted from a VSC to a full safety car. Now that happened under the VSC, so I'm not ultimately sure what has happened. Adam Sanderson is still out on track, but ultimately now Tim Marduk out of the race. And therefore now we are in a full safety car situation. So all the hopes and dreams that Benjamin Daly had in our interview not too long ago, we are getting confirmation that apparently in the chat, Ben had a glitch. And I must say, there was a moment that we had heading down the back straight in towards turn 17 where it looked like as well Blackmere had a glitch of his own. So I'm not quite sure what happened. Seemingly some issues undertaken that led to the VSC, which has ultimately ended us here at this point under a full safety car. So goodness knows what has happened there, but truly extraordinary, I must say. We heard Ben earlier on full of confidence ahead of another race, and he had every right to be, but now our championship leader is under threat of losing that altogether. And into the pits now, we're seeing some extra stops, and Nick Flies gets a 10-second time penalty for ignoring the yellow flags, so that will be a huge hamper for him at the end of this race.
Huge hamper. What's going to be in the hamper, George?
Nothing good, I can assure you.
Oh dear, cyanide pills. But as we go then, it's also Sasso taking advantage of getting the pit stop done, but it's a double stack. Oh, well then. So that should be a red flag, you would imagine. And yeah, a glitchy lobby, which then gets us out of here. And so, you know, it happens from time to time. It's one of those things. But ultimately, yeah, we've got to now get everything reset and get going, which means, you guessed it, it's a bit more filling time. Hooray. George, in that first bit of the race there, I'm going to put something to you. It's a silly prediction, potentially. But I do mean it with some amount of seriousness. We love a silly prediction. I think that potentially, had that race continued, it might change now, given that we've got this red flag situation. And I feel very sorry about this. But I think we could have been seeing a new first-time Grand Prix winner. I think Scott Taylor was looking especially quick there.
And we know how good he is as well, because he was stellar in F2 competition not too long ago, of course. Now moving into F1, and we've results from him in the past. He is a very good driver on his day, has had a few mishaps through the course of this season as well. Luck hasn't necessarily been on his side ultimately, but has scored finer points here and there that has brought him just outside of the top 10. I think he is still, it's a plausible thought to put him in the mix, I think, for a big result. And I would say one driver that really needs to dig deep and find a better result is, of course, Infratic. I mean, I think if there's one driver who understands the Creator Series, and one driver who knows what it's all about, one driver who has been part of this for such a long time, I think for him, someone who has progressed, he's managed to get a podium in the past, he needs to look for something more. And I think this is one of the best opportunities, if you're Fabio, to get that first initial race win. In the meantime, though, folks, just to give us all the action and have a look behind the scenes as to what actually happened in that last moment, in that last race. There's only one man, Josh Richards. Take us through, Josh.
I think
Oh,
I'm muted. It was a very chaotic opening few laps there. We'll start off with lap 1, a couple of incidents happening on that first lap. I've done the same thing again, not playing the video. Here we go. So Razin coming down in towards turn number, I'm just going to say it's 11 because I can't remember. Being a bit cautious, lots of cars in front battling, and unfortunately just gets a little tap on the rear end. That spins him round. That was what happened to the first Alpine. Which clip is next? This is what happened to the other Alpine. This is Tom on the start of the race. Gets a decent start off the line coming down to us. Turn number 1. Gets overtaken by Karim on the inside there. A couple more cars going up his inside. And I cannot actually remember what happens here. We're just waiting. There we go. He just dropped it on his own. Gets a bit of front wing damage. And unfortunately, yeah, dropped himself down the order a little bit. And that was what happened to Tom on the start. This is what happened to Razin. Ultimately, how he ended up getting spun around. Nagera coming into the braking zone. Being cautious as well. But everybody just comes to a stop on the apex. Not really much he could have done, and unfortunately, the Alpine getting spun around there. Next clip, also on lap 1. This is coming down in towards the final braking zone of the lap. Alex Gillen, a bit of lag there. The Ferrari lagging behind him, and then into the braking zone. The first of the lags that we saw, his car getting launched up into the air, Rocket League style. And yeah, that was what happened to him on the first lap. Somebody picked up damage there, I think, as well. This is what caused the VSC on a couple laps ago. Coming down towards I can't remember the turn numbers. I'm not going to try and bother. We're looking in front. Formula Kai and Blackmere, they just crashed on the straight there. A bit of damage coming off of both of their wings, I think it is. That's where the virtual safety car comes out. And then actually Ben, a very lazy move there, actually spins the Ferrari around as well. That drops them both down behind Formula Krim. So a bit of a silly mistake there from the Mercedes driver. And then finally, the reason why we are now having this restart, one of the many lags that occurred during this session. Ben comes in for his pit stop. And as he then gets those brand new medium tyres fitted, a black hole gets added to the pit lane. He gets sucked all the way out of his pit box. His tyres are ripped off the car. And unfortunately, out of the race, well, yeah, we have this red flag out now. And that gives him an opportunity to get everything sorted back out. And hopefully, the lobby isn't going to be as buggy.
Josh, thank you so much, as always, for that. Some bizarre scenes, and it looks like Alex Gillen has been clocking those air miles even more after that trip down that long straight heading in towards turn 17. Thank you so much, Josh, for that. Looks like Tim at Marduk definitely frustrated with what has occurred there. I mean, that is bizarre. Certainly a moment in the pit lane where his car essentially got sucked in through the track. Yeah, bizarre. Quite rightly leading to a red flag. So we will get a restart. And obviously have yet another race. Make sure that that race 2 goes off without a glitch. And obviously it does give Ben that second chance to obviously try and hold on to that championship lead. But yeah, bizarre scenes to get us started, Dan. But nevertheless, it means a fresh opportunity for those who perhaps did not get the best of launches. Tom, obviously, you could tell, was a little bit perturbed with his getaway, obviously dropping it and then heading into the barrier, getting that front wing damage. It's less than ideal, isn't it?
It is. To touch on the Alex incident specifically, I don't think that was actually an incident at all. I think that was just the porpoising of the V-carb, and so just a bit of bouncing. It's fine. It's modern Formula One cars. It happens. But yes, no, very strange. And I think when stuff like that starts happening, you sort of know at that point that this is going to need changing.
This isn't right.
Need restarting. Exactly. That ain't right, man.
That ain't right. It ain't
you don't
right.
know, man. You weren't there.
You don't know my story.
You don't know. But yeah, the stable lobby goes to a different school. But in terms of all that we've seen there, it is a shame that happened, because it was looking like we had that amazing start from Ben that we saw in terms of the timing tower earlier on. All the way from wherever he started, 17th, I think it was. He started all the way up to 10th place, but he then seemed to get stuck there. He was in 9th place prior to the pit stops, and of course we hadn't done too many laps, but we also hadn't done just 1 or 2 by the same token, and so he was kind of a bit stuck. And then we also end up seeing, of course, that you've got Fabio, you've got GB, you've got Scott Taylor kind of pulling away from the rest of the field. So I think that could have been a very interesting battle for the win come the end of it all there. I think that with some of that fighting in amongst the sort of the top end of the points, if you'd like the traditional points paying positions in Formula One as opposed to the Creator Series points paying positions, it's a bit of a shame that we don't then end up getting to sort of keep that. So I wonder now whether we're going to go for a full restart, everything as it was at the beginning, or whether the drivers will end up going for a situation in which they just go from when it started to cause problems, and I would say that when it started to cause problems was pretty much when Blackmere disconnected. I think that was really the first instance where we saw something that was a bit awry and not quite right. It could have been that other things were going on as well that we just didn't spot, but certainly that was the first indication to us as spectators that there was something going on. We are now also getting confirmation. In fact, it will be from the start of lap 5. That is what the position is going to be for the drivers on the grid. And I suspect, given that we weren't too far into it, that it will be another 50% race. And yes, I'm getting confirmation of that as well in my ear. So there we go then, George. A bit more in the way of some scrapping this evening.
Yeah, I tell you what, folks, you're not short of entertainment tonight. You're getting it here in the commentary box as well. And if you've enjoyed it as well, we've enjoyed having you and your company as well. If you've been watching live on Twitch, be sure to hit that follow button and make sure you stay clued into everything F1 Creator Series. Also, YouTube, big thank you to our audience over there as well. Please leave a like and also a subscribe as well. We have got social media channels as well as areas where we post reels, things of that nature. So make sure you stay clued into those at F1 Creator Series as well. Don't forget as well to check out all the YouTube content and the YouTube videos that come through as well. We've got highlight reels. We have also got the driver reactions as they cross the line, and also our man Scotty. We beam up Scotty all the time and he beams us up with some wonderful memes too. So make sure you check those out and leave some comments as well. They've been a very fine addition to the Creator Series. Check him out, that's for sure. But yes, like I said, make sure you follow on the social networks at F1 Creator Series. And we do, of course, have a Discord server that you can get involved in as well. We have a fantastic fan zone that you guys can check out as well. So stay clued into all of that. You get all the updates and, we have a lot of fun in there as well. But nevertheless, we've got race 2 coming up very shortly. We get a restart, of course. Red flag came out and we will see these drivers dice it out once again. We have got a truly fascinating encounter. Alex Gillen, of course, back again alongside his arch nemesis, Tiamat Marduk, who currently leads the championship and has 2 championships against his name, against Alex's 1, and they're both fighting either for a 3rd for Tiamat Marduk or a 2nd for Alex Gillen, but it could be Formula Karim, it could be GB68, it could be Meraki, it could be Rastin Chai, it could be anybody at this point. This championship is bottlenecking up and we love it. And one has to wonder whether we could see someone who isn't used to taking victories in this championship actually take their very first in their Creator Series career. One thing I do have to say, though, I must say, Tom, what a performance in his first time in the rig. Baptism of fire, Dan. I have to say, I think he's handled it well.
As long as we ignore the first run of race 2, I'd completely agree with you. It was very, very good. And as Ben was saying before, he's been on a new wheel for a little while and he's still acclimatizing to it, and it could take as much as months to get used to it. So for Tom to jump in, literally, physically, in the case of his particular rig, then go and do reasonably well. I mean, let's be real, let's be honest, and this is not in a disparaging way, but he didn't have the race winning pace. He was not going to win that race or anything like that, but he had competitive pace, and that was the really interesting thing there. So I think that as far as he's concerned, he can be happy with that. Maybe not so happy, as I say, with how that second race started, but ultimately it's all in the past now. It all doesn't matter. Everything's reset and we go again. So yes, he's going to start from P20, but there's all the way back to the beginning. There's more laps for him to be able to get it sorted. So loads of opportunity.
Well, should we run through the starting grid? I think we should. Let's go through it from bottom to top this time around. This time we're once again trooping around the Hard Rock Stadium, actually technically for a 3rd time. Tom starting on the back row alongside Ultra Killer, who is in 19th place. We then move on up to 18th. It's Meraki for Red Bull alongside Alex Gillen on his return here tonight after a tricky flight, both in real life and also in the game. Duck Guy Vince in 16th for Aston Martin. Lolinoba, our race 1 winner, back again, looking to make it 2. And now in P14, Matati reserving in for Mr. Dale. We've got Adam Sanderson after a blistering first race. He'll look to go even further this time. He starts 13th. P12 for Rastin Chai with Formula Karim in 11th, looking to go from 2nd to 1st. Can he do it? P10 for Noi Guerra, lined up alongside Tiamat Marduk, who had his bug glitch in that last race, or should I say at the start of race 2. Now we've had the restart, he's got another chance. P8 for Formula Kai in the Sauber, and then in 7th place, Ricky 03, looking for a big result this time. Sixth place for Nick Flies. He lines up alongside the Aviator Empress himself. It's Zafso for Visa Cash App RB. Then we have Blackmere starting in 4th place. Scott Taylor lines up in 3rd. Both these on the 2nd row, just behind our front runners. And they are in P2. We have Infratic, a second row start, or first row start, I should say, with GB68 on pole position. Ahead of us going racing again, this time in race 2 in the Creator Series at Miami in front of the Hard Rock Stadium. So here we are. These are the scenes inside the pit lane. Obviously not as helter-skelter as they were coming into the end of the, should we say, the initial start that we had. Obviously 5 laps in, but obviously we will get onto the grid very shortly. Excitement aplenty. Fabio with another front row start, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think he's going to risk too much in turn 1. I don't imagine he's going to go for the full send. I could be wrong. I kind of hope I'm wrong, to be honest. I would love to see him just go full send and we have a bit more chaos. But full send, of course, presents more opportunity for damage, for collisions, for other bits and pieces. So we'll have to wait and see there. We are being told that maybe we are missing a driver. So no, I'm being told that he is there, in fact. So I'm now being told to ignore the director. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. So what we'll do is, instead of talking about this rubbish, is we're racing these virtual cars. Oh, who cares? George, what I want to know is, what do you think of the darts season?
I must say I'm enjoying the darts. I have to say I'm really actually quite excited because my good friend Nick Kenny is a tour card holder now in the PDC, actually taking part in the UK Open at the moment as well. And he's just been signed by Red Dragon, believe it or not. So it's brilliant. Big up Nick Kenny. He actually beat me quite horrendously a few years ago in the Chilean League. He's gone on to bigger things since then. But we have had some issues out on the grid because GB, Tiamat Marduk and Adam Sanderson, both Mercedes, have incidentally disqualified themselves out of the formation lap, which means that GB will have cold tyres at the start of the race. Fabio is going to have better tyres than GB at the start, so we'll have to see whether that does constitute to him taking the lead of the race into turn 1. It will be fascinating. Scott Taylor lining up in the 2nd row with Blackmere alongside him as well. Of course, Blackmere, who was, by all intents and purposes, actually on the front row in the start of our last session, did not work out, obviously due to the red flag. And if it follows the same suit, he could yet see himself drop down more places, because I must say, Zafso looked the aggressor. I'd say what also is interesting, we've got 3 drivers starting on soft tyres this time, Dan, and it's Zafso, Tiamat Marduk, and Alex Gillen. 3 champions opting for that soft tyre run.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because for Safso in particular, he's done this in the last 2 runs of the races. You know, the first attempt at race 2 and then all the way through race 1. And to me, I just sort of look at it and I think to myself, well, the soft isn't a particularly good race tyre. Yes, they have to use it because, of course, here in the Creator Series, we ban the use of the hard tyre, but it sort of strikes me as a bit odd to use it in the beginning of the race when things could potentially go wrong and you might want to stay out longer on tyres and things like that. But we'll wait and see. I don't know. I mean, hopefully we'll end up seeing Safso doing well. I've got a very soft spot in my heart for Safso, so I would like to see him do well. I'd like to see him maybe get himself a podium or a win here today. You know, he starts high enough up. He is a quick driver, of course, but I think today he is going to have his hands full in a way because you've got Fabio, you've got GB, you've got Scott up there as well. I suspect that GB might lose the lead off the start here. Certainly, Fabio, if he gets the car lined up properly, he's going to be in a very, very good position to get that move done because he'll have the warm tyres. GB will not. So we'll wait and see. 5th pole position last week for Nogueira. No pole position this time for them. Instead, a disqualification, as it turns out, for, I think, rushing into their pit box a bit too quickly there and overshooting it. But there we are then. Most of the grid is now formed up, so over to you, George.
Big thank you, Dan. 94th race start for Zaf. So now as we watch the lights light up here, 5 lights lit. And they go out, and it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. And indeed, GB a little slow away, but so is Infratic. So that's allowed Scott Taylor to come in. Oh, and that's a big bit of contact. And no question, surely wing damage to what looked to be the RB. I think that was Zafso who got caught right at the very start. Now, I'm not sure whether he's paid the price. I can't see anything majorly wrong with the front end of that car, and he is challenging Blackmere at the very get-go, but a huge moment at the start of the race, and Zafso going very determined in towards this next left-hander and has taken Blackmere for third place here in the classification, but it's allowed GB and Fabio to continue very much up the road, but they still have DRS. Sapso within a second. Nick Flies down in fourth. Blackmere now in fifth. Scott Taylor has dropped all the way down to P7, with Benjamin Daly getting an almighty run up into sixth place. He is up 2 to 3 places.
Yeah, I'm going to say this before I make my comment. I do love Scott Taylor very much, but now here comes the James Hunt style take. That was stupidity. That was really stupid. To not look in your mirrors at the start, knowing that you've moved across and so there could be somebody coming up your inside like that. That was just stupid from Scott there. I'm sorry if anyone is offended by that, but that's just my view. That was not a good look for them.
It definitely looked like a bit of a helpless incident, that's for sure. Scott Taylor now sat in 7th place. In fact, he actually paid the price ultimately in that one. I think Sapso can count himself somewhat lucky in that instance and manages to hold on to at least P3, and he still retains DRS to the front two. GB not managing to lose in Fratic. This is a battle that we saw actually in the very first race. Of course, we saw Fabio in this instance battle with GB in that first venture around this Miami circuit, but here on lap 2 of 29 they're going to dice it out again as they head through sector 1. Very soon they'll head down in towards sector 2 proper. DRS will be available just on the outset of turn 10, but the detection point will be just before that turn 10 as they now sweep around it now on lap 2 of 29. GB out in front has managed to hold a gap now of just over 5/10. With him behind Zapso trying to urge closer. Tibet Marduk now getting a run off Nick Flies as well as they look to move onwards into 4th place. And yes, the Aussie now moves up into 4th. He's had an almighty rise on those soft tyres. A great start, starting 9th on the grid, and he's already up an incredible 5 places, Dan Gilligan.
Yeah, very, very good indeed from them. It seems to be off the beginning of a race is where Ben can do a particularly high amount of damage. These possible race strategies popping up on your screen now, you've got to ignore them, I'm afraid. They are making use of illegal tyre compounds in the Code Series, the hard tyre in particular, but it would, of course, be the most ideal strategy. But we don't want ideal. We want our drivers to suffer. And so that's why we tell them you've got to use the soft and the medium instead. So as it is then, we go through the exit of this second lap into the beginning of our third, and it is GB ahead of Fabio, Safso, Ben Daly, Nick Flies, Ricky 03, now Scott Taylor ahead of Ricky 03, and then of course Formula Kai, Razin Chai and Formula Karim making up your top 10 here.
Yep, as they now head around on lap 3, Scott Taylor 8/10 away from Nick Flies, Ricky getting really close to Formula Kai, Razin Chai also coming in too as they look to scrap over 8th place. Razin Chai having to renege slightly there as he had his nose alongside to the rear. I think it was that rear left of Formula Kai, who inadvertently goes down the rear left of Ricky 03 as they look to battle now over 7th, and Rastin Chai gladly follows him through and has actually managed to capitalise and take that P8, and he's bringing Karim along for the ride as well. This is certainly a really damning situation for Ricky 03, who's losing place after place, is being forfeited left, right and centre. They're almost going wide into turn 11 now this time. Formula Kai with Rastin Chai, Formula Karim in this, Ricky 03, Noi Guerra in this mix as well, as they now start to order themselves into position, back into tandem. And now as they rise through turn 16 under the chicane, Rastin Chai just tucked in behind Formula Kai. 8th place for Chai, Karim into 9th, and Ricky 03 losing out, dropping down into 10th.
Absolutely, yeah, and it seems as though some people may be not aware of the rule regarding the hards in the Creator Series. Gruliro in chat saying hard-ons are prohibited. Absolutely right, we prefer them floppy here in the Creator Series. Instead, much, much softer. So there we go. Instead, we have Scott Taylor then and his recovery drive here. He's still seemingly got the pace to be able to get himself back ahead of the likes of Formula Kai and other drivers who've been scrapping with him there, and he's now into 6th place. Of course, he's got to catch up a bit now on this leading train. The leading train, of course, does have the use of DRS. So this is going to be a bit more of a tricky task for him. He's going to need to really close up through these corners in particular. But I must say, one of my heroes off the start, of course, we've already talked about Ben Daly, but it's actually this driver here, Safso, somehow not having any damage at all from that incident at the beginning. And with those soft tyres, he hasn't experienced them dying off in a big way or anything like that. He's staying with these drivers here, and I think he's going to overtake GB any moment now. And here he comes down into turn 11. Fabio has taken the lead of the Grand Prix for Ferrari, but now up the inside for VCarb. It's having a think about it is our dear old Safso, but Safso's sticking back in behind for the time being. Behind GB, but still ahead of Ben Daly. Daly, of course, not anything to worry about in the long term when it comes to Safso, because, oh no, in fact, he might well do. Ben also on the soft tyre, so in fact, he actually is very much in his interest to get by Safso as soon as possible, so that he can then make use of his soft tyres as best as he can. Right now, he's at a strategic disadvantage to Safso by being behind on track, where the pair of them are going to both need to pit earlier than the other cars around them.
Unless they could DRS each other, I suppose. But then again, there's DRS for Zafso on GB and Infratic, so it's all a bit of a mishmash. It really is all on Zafso to try and get past the front two, as you so rightly say. GB and Infratic, though, too busy squabbling over the P1 place here in this instance. Obviously, we have seen a few drivers take advantage of those vulnerable moments where doors might be left wide open. One of those contenders, in fact, looking to take that away from Ricky 03 is Noy Guerra, who has now moved up into 11th spot. Alex Gillen has actually risen as well, much like we saw from Benjamin Daly at the very start of the race. Alex Gillen has incidentally moved up from P17 into P10, so 7 places gained for the RB. Now ushers himself into that top 10 and hunting down after Formula Kind. He does have DRS on the Kick Sauber as we now watch them head around turn 10 and then down in towards turn 11 where they'll reach the heavy braking zone. GB holding all the cards up at the very front, chasing after Creator Series victory. Infratic looking for his first, and Zafso, despite having or being one of the most one of the longest serving drivers in this series, amassing 92 races prior to even starting our first race. Ricky 03 losing out again, this time to race one Victor Lolinoba. Zafso now in the prospects of finalising his 90th race here in the series as they now begin to troop down through towards turn 17. They're now fanning out into a line. We're now seeing GB forfeit that lead advantage, and Infratic takes it. And just look at this mess we have further back as well, because Tiermet Marduk has just moved into third, and as a consequence, Racing Chai coming together with Nick and Formula Karim. Double papaya in this top 6 scrap, with Zafso losing out. Megally drops down to 7th. Back comes Flies now as Formula Karim dances into 5th as they move through turn 1 now to begin lap 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, I think, is an instance where that soft tyre being at the head of the field or ahead of a group of cars with the soft tyre on at this stage, lap 6, doesn't sound very many laps at all. In reality, what we've got lap 12 as far as the game is concerned. We're at 50% race distance, of course, so much more tyre wear than what you would usually see in a Creator Series race. And the soft tyre, just frankly, is not a good tyre around Miami when it comes to race pace. So when we're watching all of this happening, we can now see that Ben is starting to lose places. And for him, he's rather lucky in a sense that he's not losing them on the back straight, because then, like Sasso, I predict he would end up losing many more positions than the one he's lost there. And now he's got the benefit of having the DRS on Razin down that back straight, so it will protect him slightly from the McLarens, but the McLarens will still have a much better exit out of this upcoming turn 16, which will then give them ultimately a larger, what we call Delta V, the maximum top speed at the end of the straight here. And so as I imagine then, it's going to be DRS open. Certainly Formula Karim is going to get the move done. I would suspect that Nick Flies will be able to as well. And so the question then will be, how brave is Formula Kai feeling if that happens? It turns out I'm absolutely wrong. The DRS has saved Ben from losing any more positions, but the longer this goes on, the more and more he's going to fall back into the field. And in fact, Safso, I think, has Safso gone into the pits at this stage? Is he in pit lane, or has he just lost that many positions? I think he's in the pits.
Yeah, he's in the pits, and I think, looking at it, Ben did actually, obviously lost out to Karim, not getting the best of runs out of turn 15 to Tiermet Marduk, so that has essentially cost him. Now, the one good thing that they will have under their belt is they will have the mediums for the rest of the race. The softs obviously not working for them. Bear in mind, everyone else has got to box onto the softs, so Tiermet Marduk, here at this stage, I wouldn't say he's necessarily in the worst place, because he still has DRS just about. He's just actually dropped out, as I say that, to 1.3, so he needs to work to try and stay within tow of Formula Karim. What is for sure is that the softs have such a short lifespan around this circuit. The heavy load that is being applied to them as we now watch the 3 darts heading down in towards turn 11, very nearly 4 wide. Tiermet Marduk part of this as well. Formula Kai moving into fit. Nick Flies, Tiermet Marduk and Noy Guerra going at it now as they look to fight over 7th place. But it looks like the Ferrari's got its nose in front. Tiermet Marduk reneging. That's a smart move, because they were going to come into a pinch point in towards turn 14, and it would have been curtains for the Mercedes for sure. He's got to think about boxing.
He does. He's going to lose a place to Lolinoba here as well, I think, even though he will have the slipstream, he'll have DRS, but I think that it will be another position lost for him. Or I tell you what, actually, maybe not. Maybe not for Ben this time. It certainly looked as though that might be the case, but yeah, it must be boxing time now for Ben Daly. Safso's already done it. He's already lit up the timing screens with a good middle sector after pitting there, and yeah, into the pits comes Ben then. I think that actually the undercut will work in Safso's favour here. I think he's going to come out, or Ben rather, will come out behind Safso, and at the front of the field, Fabio's lost the lead at some stage. I've not been paying attention to that whatsoever with our focus on the midfield battle, and so Razin's now up into second place, Fabio in third, and Karim then also hovering around the back of the Ferrari. I suspect he's going to get the move done here on the run down to turn 11, but GB now with a 2.1 or 1.9 second, okay Razin, do show off then, lead ahead of the rest of the field here. So yeah, GB is looking in a very commanding position all of a sudden. Now he's no longer in a bit of a swap with Fabio.
Yeah, not a bad in-lap for Tim Etmardik. He's actually held ahead of Safso by 1.3 seconds. So has actually managed to hold on. But the one key thing is that Safso's tyres are up to temperature. We're seeing still this mishmash in the top 10. Nick Flies has danced ahead of Lolinoba as the fight between the top 8 all on medium tyres continues here on lap 8 of 29. Just a little look as well there once more from Karim, this time on Rasin Chai, who's now once again, and as we saw, lost out to Infratic, who held that P2 for a long period of time, and unfortunately this has led to them dropping out of the window of GB68, so they need to work together now, Rasin Chai and Infratic, bring that delta back downwards so they have DRS once again to GB for that lead of the race. They can't afford to let the Aston Martin continue on its way. Lolinoba now fighting it out with Alex Gillen, who is once again trying to troop his way up the field, has now managed to gain yet more places. Yellow flag, a car stopped, coming around turn 17. Now who was that? Just watching
Matati,
that, I think that was, yeah, Matati having a moment, coming out turn 17 and has to come. I think he's coming to the pits as well, Dan.
I think so. It might be that he's taken his front wing off or something like that, or maybe just damaged his tyres so much that he's electing to come off those mediums much earlier than everybody else. No wing change, we're being told. So no damage then. So yeah, maybe just thinking to himself, I'm sick of these medium tyres, I'm going to change them out for something else. But if that's the case, then I feel for them, because it's a pair of softs they've gone on to now, we're being told. That's only going to last about, as we've seen here, 4 or 5 laps before it starts to feel a bit rubbish. So there we go then. Gillen is still on the soft tyre that he started this race on. You can see there on the left-hand side of the main timing tower, we've got those tyres there. So Gillen is able to stick with everybody in a bit of a better fashion than what we've seen for the likes of Ben and Safso. Might just be, and I don't mean this in any sort of offensive way, but it might just be because he's in the midfield. You know, with the drivers at the front of the field who were really pulling away, doing good lap times, things like that, then he, of course, you know, the likes of Safso and Ben Daly, they were not able to stick with them. For Gillen, he's in amongst drivers who've not been as quick this weekend. So maybe, even though his tyres are dying off, he's still got enough pace with those dying tyres, with DRS, to then stick with those drivers who are more in the midfield. So it could be actually this overcut action from Gillen is actually going to benefit them in a big way later on.
Well, I can actually raise the stakes on this for you, Dan, because I'm looking at the telemetry and there is the possibility of rain later into the race. So we are seeing that light rain on the telemetry is available in the next 32 minutes, and I would not be surprised, much like it did in the last race, to see that time come crashing down and for us to have a sprinkling of rain later on. Ultra Killer, 10-second penalty, unfortunately, for speeding in the pit lane. So more and more cars now coming into the box. So keep your eyes peeled, folks. This race could yet witness an utter U-turn here as we now watch the car still persevere around the circuit. Lap 10 of 29 right now. 19 laps still to go. A long way here in this case. And now Formula Karim around the outside of Infratic, who is certainly now finding, I think, a little bit, well, this is he's finding it a little bit tricky at this stage, certainly here on lap 10, and he's got his teammate now hovering all over his rear end. So decision time at Ferrari. Does Noiguera move into that 5th spot? He certainly seems like the quicker driver, at least for now. If we take a look at the times in the last lap, it was 7/10 to the good for Noiguera in comparison to his very own teammate that sits in 5th. Rasin Chai now has finally found GB at the head of the order. They've done well, and a lock up there for GB. A little bit of understeer creeping in, coming around turn 17. Are there struggles now, even on the medium tyres, at this very fragile lap 11 stage?
Could be, potentially. I mean, I don't anticipate this being a one-stop, even in the instance where we didn't have rain coming along. Gillen in the pits here, there, you can see in the bottom right of your picture. So it's going to be interesting to see where they come out relative to the likes of course, Ben and Safso, who've already pitted. Gillen was much further back than those drivers, of course, so, you know, it's something that you do need to bear in mind for wherever they come out, and they have now both gone past him. So I think he will still be relatively close. I think it will still be a net good for him to have stayed out that bit longer and stay with the main pack. But those mediums, I suspect, if they can get them to lap 50, well, maybe not 15, but from my back of the napkin maths, when it said we had 30 minutes until the rain, it was lap 10. And so at that stage, you know, if you're thinking that each lap is about 1.5 minutes at the moment in terms of lap time, then naturally it's going to be half of that 30 minutes there. And bear in mind, I don't know what's going on. My voice suddenly stopped working. Restart. Yeah, maths-wise, I think therefore that with a 1.5 minute lap time, it'll be halfway through. It'll be half the number of minutes that we then get that many laps before rain shows up. If that all makes sense. It hasn't made sense, but ultimately 15 laps until rain comes from the last laps. So lap 25 is when we might end up getting ourselves some rain here. So that would be a very, very short period of time on the intermediate tyre. It could be some drivers might try and risk staying out longer. Don't worry, Skiller Ghost saying my brain hurts, mine does too. Yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, the rain will come later on. We will end up then seeing it in not very long period of time. And so, yeah, it's one of those things. I'm going to just shut up now, frankly, because I've confused myself and the viewers, and probably George and all the behind-the-scenes crew as well.
Well, in the process of all this, Rasin Chai has taken the lead of the race and is ahead of GB by around half a second now. So we have seen a few changes up at the very top. Now, I want to say as well, Alex Gillen, what a phenomenal in-lap, can I just say as well. He's only a second behind his own teammate Zafso, so it's an extraordinary first stint for Alex Gillen, who's managed to make the soft tyres work in, well, far better than even Benjamin Daly has, who currently sits higher. And Killer's out! Oh, goodness me. Now, is that going to be a safety car, or is that done in the pits? It was done in the pits, so it's not going to be a concern at this stage. Ultra Killer, though, out of the race. It's a concern for him. He will no longer continue. And Ultra Killer, it certainly has not been a debut to remember, despite a front row start in what could have been the first, well, what was the first race, and nearly a front row start in our previous race. But it certainly wasn't to be, or certainly our previous restart, as we now watch as the cars now trace down through towards turn 17. Still yellow flags raised now as what looks to be Ultra Killer's car venturing back out onto the track, as we now watch them to head down in towards the start-finish line to begin lap 13 of 29. Race starting to heat up now with Rasin Chai at the head of the order. GB flashing all over that rear wing. Formula Karim in third, still quarter of a second just lit up in behind. We've got a real big battle between this top six. Two Ferraris in the mix with a Kick Sauber in between, and Alpine leads with an Aston Martin waiting, with Karim also in the Papaya McLaren in third. This bunch have certainly managed to career onwards. Lolinoba 1.9 away from the top six, with Meraki trying to close on to him too. So we've got battles in different pockets across this track. One thing we do have to note, though, is that Tiamat Marduk has really been crushing down the lap times. It was an 11.5 second gap between he and Scott Taylor not too long ago. It's now only 8 seconds, and Alex Gillen is not too far behind him. Down and a tap in the rear! Oh, my goodness! Formula Karim and a tap in the rear from Formula Kai. Now that is not going to be unduly well taken with gratitude from Formula Karim. Ultra Killer, of course, leaving the session after the retirement, but a major moment between Karim and Kai as they came together through turn 11.
Yeah, a big moment there, but the driver I'm actually a bit more curious about, and I think that Karim has a bit more to be sorry for, really, is their rejoin, because when they rejoined, there was side-to-side contact with Fabio. I'm really curious as to whether Fabio's still got a whole front wing on that Ferrari. It looks like he does, so he seems to, maybe not the front left, though. We'll take another look at that in a moment. Is full. Okay, so I'm being told it is full front wing. So yeah, there was you could see the sort of the debris animation of there being two cars having come together, but ultimately nothing's come off for Fabio's car, luckily. But yeah, just going really deep into the corner there. Karim then coming all the way back onto circuit and slamming into the side of Fabio. That's not a good look at all. And Kai then getting himself past Fabio as well. Now, just to go back to my previous point, I promise I'm not going to linger too long on it. I've redone the maths. I'm not good at maths. I was never good at maths at school, but I do have a calculator here in front of me, which I should have used in the first first instance, let's be completely honest, it would be 20
I have
laps.
faith, Dan. I have
Not
faith.
15 laps, 20 laps, not 15, when the rain shows up from lap 10. So when it comes to that, then the rain, provided we get no safety cars, should come as the race finishes. So I don't think we will be in a position where rain will affect us too much. So the drivers are now got to consider this is just going to be a dry weather race, unless, of course, we get a change in that rain movement, whether it arrives at the circuit earlier.
Well, let's just say, listen, I mean, that is quality from Dan Gilligan. You get live maths here on the broadcast as well. I tell you what, it's been one of those to remember, that's for sure. It's been a broadcast to remember for me, that's for sure. Fabio making his way down the straight. Formula Career brushing past Noiguera as well. Racing Chai has forfeited the lead, this time to GB, and Aston Martin takes the reins here on lap 14 to persevere onto lap 15 as they begin yet another run. Obviously, it'll be coming to pit stop time for this bunch as well, but we still have of the realm 14 laps as now once again they go wheel to wheel. Racing Chai winning GB at turn 1. The GB certainly not unduly concerned, continues out in front with Formula Crim in behind. No one has lost DRS in this first instance. That guy Vince is the only driver in the top 10 currently disconnected from the initial top 10 bunch. He currently sits 1.6 at the moment in behind Ricky 03 and has got Tom all over his tail. Tim Itmarnik once again dropping in the faster lap times in comparison to those that are still on the older medium tyre. It is now a 129.4 in the last lap for Benjamin Daly, and that in comparison to the 130.225 that Nick Flies posted in that last lap means that, of course, he is 0.8 faster than those in front. So Tim Itmarnik showing his incredible pace, but Alex Gillen, I'd argue, is the faster driver. He's got close to Ben again, and he's just outside of that DRS gap. So Gillen, I would say, is the larger threat.
Yeah, and these drivers are going to inherit the lead later on. It will happen because they're currently much less than a pit stop behind. They are incredibly close. And right now, of course, you can see that difference in the tyre delta as well. That will be helping Alex too. It's like what we were saying earlier on. By staying out that bit longer and staying within the group of the midfield, using the DRS, using their overall pace and performance, that then just extending that lifespan of his tyre has enabled Alex to then have huge rewards later on. Provided, of course, that he and Benjamin Daly keep it clean. Now, what could I possibly mean by that? Well, if you've not been paying attention, these two seem to be magnetic to one another on the circuit, and calamity ensues whenever they're close together. But we'll wait and see. Maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised, and there will be no fisticuffs required at the end of this race, although I rather doubt it.
Well, I mean, if take a short view back to the past, we remember Monza, of course, where we saw these two come together in what was one very controversial visit to the Temple of Speed, where Tim Itmarnik and Alex Gillen came together heading in towards the Ascari chicane. And also we can remember Gillen's clatter into the back of Racing Chai, following up with the usage of I was there. Well, he's here again because he's around the outside this time of Tim Itmarnik and has actually taken what is right now the net race lead here at this stage. 13th place for Alex Gillen, who looked to play no part in tonight's action after a very late flight, a delayed flight causing him to miss out on tonight's racing. Well, he's turned it all around. He's arrived here for race 2, and bear in mind, a former race winner around the circuit has won here twice in the past and has taken 2 pole positions in the past. Is he set to make it 3 race wins here at Miami once again? We'll have to wait until the pit stops unfold. Here comes GB again as he looks all over the back of Racing Chai. Will he go for the pivot to turn 1? No. Renegues in a very smart fashion indeed. Didn't want to leave it too late. Didn't want to leave him exposed to the Alpine on the inside. Not to mention Formula Carim and the queue of cars that currently sit all the way down in P6 as well. It is getting very close indeed. Who is going to win the strategy battle on the day? Is it Alex Gillen's turn to lift himself aloft, to bring himself back into that lead scrap in the championship? Let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see indeed. I think that realistically, those on the medium tyre that's younger and fresher at this stage, I mean, they are going to be really, really at a fantastic advantage when the rest of the field pits. I mean, we've got, as we say, about a 12-second gap it is now from Gillen back to, or rather Gillen up to Razin at the front of the field. So he's going to be well ahead after these cars pit, unless, of course, there is a safety car. And then, of course, as we say, a safety car would then mean we are likely to get into wet weather conditions later on as well. 20 minutes now until that rain will hit us. But yeah, I think that this is setting us up for an interesting conclusion to the Grand Prix, because if there is no safety car and we do have dry running throughout, then it's going to be the question of how well do the softs last and how much extra performance are they going to have for these drivers who will pit onto them later on versus then those on the old mediums at that stage. I think it'll be very interesting to look at and see. Those softs will probably last a bit longer than the 5 laps or so they did at the beginning of the Grand Prix for a couple of reasons. The cars will be lighter, so there'll be less mass and less effort being put through those tyres. And the other element to it as well is the track will be more rubbered in. So there's going to be less in terms of the ripping of that rubber off of the tyre and impregnating into the surface, because it's already there. And so there's going to be more chemical grip between the tyre and the road, and so therefore better preservation of those tyres too.
Well, I just want to say this as well. Alex Gillen has broken DRS on Tim Marduk. It's 1.4 now, the gap between Benjamin Daly and the net race leader. So Gillen, really, it's hammer time as far as he's concerned. And, you know, whilst he was there alongside Benjamin Daly not too long ago, well, he's gone now, and he's 2.9 away from Nick Flies. So this has been a sterling run here from Alex Gillen. In the meantime, whilst we've got a bit of a break in play to a certain extent, nothing really too much going on right now, let's head across to our man Josh Richards. Give us some insight, Josh.
Again, this is the incident we saw between Karim, Kai, Nogueira and Fratic a couple laps ago. It's coming down into turn 11. Once again, quite a few incidents happening here. Karim gets a tap from Kai, sent very deep into the corner. There's another incident that happens over here as well. And there's a little bit of contact there on the region there. Between Karim and Infratic, we have Infratic's POV quickly as well. A little bit further back, gives us a nice view of everything that was going on. As you see, more contact between Nogueira and Kai that will come onto as well. Fortunate for Infratic, no damage there coming to the Ferrari. It wasn't actually as bad from his side as it looked from the McLaren. And finally here from the other Ferrari of Nogueira coming down in towards turn 11. This gives us a good view of what happened with Kai and then the second contact that happens as well. So just a little bit too late on the brakes for the Kick Sauber driver, taps the McLaren wide and then gets a tap on the Ray himself. A little bit of karma playing out there, and Nogueira continue on through into P3. But yeah, that's what happened between them.
Yeah, definitely looked like that Nogueira slipped on his own banana trap, I think, heading through it towards the left-hand side and went into the back. But yes, what a moment. Yep, so we're here on lap 19 of 29. More moves being made further back. GB68 actually coming very close to Formula Karim, and inadvertently Nogueira also in amongst scrap as well. But bear in mind, we can't forget those that boxed earlier off those softs onto the medium tyres. It won't be long now before we see those on the mediums box onto the softs, because we're seeing the gains that Gillen's making. He's a second now behind Nick Flies and has just broken DRS actually at this stage, so it could be set to make more places and essentially neutralising the strategies of Nick Flies and Tom and everyone above as well. That guy Vince essentially being taken out of that lead fight as we now watch Gillen now. You can just see they're fanning out here between Tom and that guy Vince as Tom now looks to move into P10. Really has delivered a great display on his new simulator rig now as they burst out of turn 17, turn 18 to come. A trip down towards turn 19 and they're going to remain side by side again. That guy Vince looking to try and force it back coming in towards turn 1, but Tom holding on to P10 and will remain in the top 10, but still has to deal with a 3-second gap between himself and Infratic.
There we go. We're also getting a bit of interesting information now from the chat, and that is that Alex Gillen is going to have to save fuel at some point. Now, that could potentially become a bit of a spanner in his works here, because if he has to save fuel to a very large degree, you know, we're talking maybe multiple laps worth of saving rather than just 0.4 of a lap or something like that, then that could really hurt his chances later on, particularly if no safety car comes out. That then is something that we typically tend to expect in the Creator Series, is that a safety car comes out most races. It did, in fact, in the previous race, but as Alex overtakes multiple cars in the straight, very impressive. He is up now to 10th place. If he has to end up doing a lot of lifting and coasting, then he might end up going from the potential winner of this Grand Prix to an also ran. Because those on the normal strategy up at the front, yes, they'll lose the time in the pit stops, but he's on plus 0.09. So why, Phil, for you, did you say that he had to save fuel if he's on plus... no, our audience is lying to us, George. I feel betrayed. I feel as though it's all going wrong, and it's certainly going wrong for Razin Chai right now as he looks in his mirrors, and GB68 is looming large within them.
Well, I'm telling you now, I think with Gillen's work on the medium tyres, I'm not sure how much of a threshold of remaining time they're going to have left here. Those up, you can just see there, the gap between Gillen and Karim is actually 8.2 seconds. Now, bear in mind, a lot of that time gets forfeited anyway. 8.2 in itself will be used up heading through the pit lane in order to take up your grid spot. And then, not to mention, you've got the seconds after that. I mean, I do wonder, with Gillen being so far out of the way, we know the soft tyres don't tend to work or be all that effective around this circuit. This strategy from Alex Gillen, I think, could lead to a sensational race victory. I think he's in a great position here at this point. A real big move here from Razin Chai. No contact! Oh, goodness me, Formula Karim's round, and also they caught GB in the process, and inadvertently, it's allowed Noiguera to take the lead of the race. Now, this has slowed the entire pack down, so that gap we saw originally from Alex Gillen, prepared to watch that slip away again, and just look at that. Another 2 seconds, nearly 3, found by Alex Gillen after that major moment coming into Sector 3.
Yeah, I would need to see that again before I pass any judgment there. That's either a bit of an ambitious overtake attempt there from the car behind Karim, that was Razin, I believe it was, or Karim's just turned across Razin, one of the two, but from sort of memory there, I can't really recall as to how that went. Now they all start to dive towards the pits, with the exception of Karim, who stays out, but you've got Kai, you've got Nogueira, you've got Jake, Razin, others who are all electing to go into the pits now at this stage, so expect to see Gillen rise up the order there. He's up to 4th place now. He's just tucked in behind Fabio, so he should get that overtake made this lap, but then Ricky 03, Formula Karim, they'll stay out for the time being. I think they're just hoping for a safety car at this point, because they probably realize that with Alex so close, there's no chance of beating him without a safety car playing into their hands. So they're going to stay out for a bit longer, but as you can see there, 10 laps delta between their tires. Now, if it is such a torturous situation for them at this stage, and Alex has been pushing much harder, you'd suspect, than them throughout this race so far, then maybe the softs later on will come into their own for these drivers if Alex suffers a huge loss in time, but I'm not so confident for them. If we take a look at the leader graphic, we'll be able to do a very quick bit of mental maths here in terms of that. So 12. Alex is 4 seconds away, so 12 seconds there is the gap between the pit stoppers. They're going to need to be we're talking maybe like 3 seconds per lap quicker than Alex Gillen to be able to catch and pass before the end of the race, because again, you would need to catch by less time than that per lap to catch him before the end, but it's that old phrase, catching is one thing, passing is another.
It certainly is, and bear in mind, the front two are going to be in a worse spot because obviously Gillen on better tyres and getting close to the back of Ricky 03 this time. Formula Karim essentially now is around 3 seconds away from Gillen, as Gillen now makes the move. More cars coming in the pits. Ricky 03 forfeiting the 2nd place on track in order to make the necessary pit stop. Infratic staying out, obviously hoping and praying for that safety car. Karim, no doubt, in that same position, and he incidentally also has 2 warnings against his name so far, so there is still a chance of penalties. Tiamat Marduk comes out into 4th place as well. Now, the one bit of respite as well that Gillen has is that he has got a wall behind him by the name of Tiamat Marduk, because he's going to have to defend like a lion against all those that move onto the soft tyres. So by the time they've managed to get through Tiamat Marduk, Alex Gillen will still be further and further up the road. This has been a class display here as well from Alex Gillen, and Sanderson also on medium tyres with only 9 laps. He's going to be quick come the end of the race.
Yeah, Nogueira and Formula Kai coming together there on the exit of turn 7. Not entirely certain who was at fault there and wouldn't want to apportion blame without the evidence. But yeah, it's all getting a bit spicy between these drivers behind. Things a little bit fruity between them all as they come up into turn number 12 now. And so lost the position has Nogueira to Razin. Razin is going to want to be at the head of this field charging their way through. And Adam is, I suspect, going to be a sitting duck here. I have a feeling that with the grip of those soft tyres, with the fact he's on the much older medium mediums. Adam will be swallowed up by this pack pretty considerably down this back straight here. The one thing he may have on his side is that low drag setup that he was running earlier on, and that might protect him a little bit, but he's certainly going to lose at least 2 positions here. Might even be more as we get onto the start-finish straight, but he will have DRS in his favor at that stage. Kai has managed to make the way past. Razin has not, interestingly. On the exit there, he's not been able to get the power down on Adam, and Adam once again defending really well here. So actually those medium tires not suffering too much relative to the new softs at this stage. It's going to be later on where they have that drop off in performance, and this is not going to be helping the soft runners either. This battling and squabbling between them is just going to allow Adam a brief bit of respite, maybe time to recharge his battery and just stay within touching distance of Kai in front to then have the protection of DRS. But to the inside goes Nogueira, and he makes it look easy. So too does Razin on Adam Sanderson. But again, Adam's got that low drag setup. I think he might actually be able to stay ahead of Razin here, might even be able to get back onto terms, maybe not overtaking Nogueira as well. Although no, absolutely not. Look at this. This is now where the soft tire comes into its own, and all of these cars then swallowing Adam up straight later than what I thought it would be.
Yeah, no, they're still battling as well, still side by side. Nogueira doing his best to keep Razin in behind. They're still going wide, 2 by 2. Further back, Sanderson now. Fodder once again with his 3-second time penalty as well. On top of all of this, he's got a train of cars that are just sweeping past. Now, those that are on the soft tyres for this latter stint, the one upmanship that they have on those that started on the softs is that the rubber has already been laid down on the surface of the circuit, so this track is going to be in optimal condition. It's going to be up to temperature, so they can put them to work more effectively. But now as we watch GB sweep through around the final corner, he's still got Nogueira for company. He has somehow managed to keep him back. Nogueira now darts behind to hold on to that 7th place, but all of this allowing Alex Gillen to continue onwards. He's 1.3 now behind Formula Karim. Still though, Fabio remaining out on circuit, praying for that safety car. Tiamat Marduk 2.3 behind him, will inherit that 3rd place should Fabio box. But all eyes though on Alex Gillen, who is now a 2nd behind Karim, who also needs to pit.
And Razin Chai there saying we have to work together to catch them. He's absolutely right. They do have to, but whether they do or not, it's a completely different matter altogether. Because the fact of the matter is here is that Alex Gillen has such an unassailable lead. I could see the train catching Ben and passing him. Of course, as you say, George, we know that Fabio and Karim do need to pit as well. So the likelihood is they'll get them. But I think that Gillen's just a little bit too far away. Gillen's last lap time, 1:29.4. We also saw then there was a fastest lap that just went in from Scott Taylor. It was 1:27. Now, those cars in the group behind are not quite doing that, but they are in the 28s for Formula Kai at least. So that is about a second and a half faster than Gillen on that previous lap, but that's not enough to catch him before the end of this one. So Gillen is in a really commanding position and now looks to be taking the lead of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, now Alex Gillen has a look up the inside, doesn't choose to make the move, but he knows because Karim needs to box. But on another level, he does need to get the move done because Karim is holding him up here at this stage. Now, Formula Karim is at this point not going to receive a safety car. We're at this point in the race where a safety car is certainly not going to be available to him. So he has no choice but to box. Otherwise, he'll lose far more than, a race victory. He's essentially going to drop out and get disqualified from this race for not stopping at all. So Gillen knows that he has got this lead of the race sewn up for sure come the end of the race regardless, as he now sweeps down the inside. Alex Gillen once again magnificent at Miami. It's all about the opening stint as now he sweeps away on stint 2 on his medium tyres and leads the way here with just 3 laps to go. It's getting tighter. All 4 in the top 4 on mediums, with 2 of them still needing to box. The question is, can Formula Kai, who's now on the tail of Tiamat Marduk, break in to that top 3?
He'll certainly break into the top 3 when we see the likes of Karim and Fabio pitting, but he's not going to catch Gillen. It's as simple as that. And I must say, hands together, everybody, for Alex Gillen as the rather easy move is made then, as the DRS runners, the soft tire runners get by Ben Daly. It's all been about Gillen's just constant battering of the lap time board. He has been able to just rise up to the challenge here today. I mean, it must be said, if he is able to win, even if he doesn't win, even if something were to happen and he gets himself down into maybe third, second, something like that, Alex Gillen must be driver of the day here today. This has been an emphatic performance.
Well, I mean, essentially, you're looking at 17th to P1. I mean, what an opening stint. It was all about the opening stint that really brought him into this position. He outperformed Benjamin Daly on the soft tyres on the opening stint. And not only that, he did the same to Safso as well. And bear in mind, he started behind all of them. Started 17th on the grid. He now leads the way, answering back perfectly to the championship challenge that Tim Etmarnik placed upon him. And so did Formula Karim. GB68, of course, also a race winner already this season. But Alex Gillen looking for that second victory that will tie him up with the likes of Formula Karim and GB68, who have also taken 2 race wins so far this season. And that 20-win catalogue that he has had in the Creator Series is very shortly going to become 21.
Yeah, it's been a great performance. Really, really good. And, it's apparently a little bit of light rain is coming down, and there it is. So whilst our telemetry tells us that it's 2 laps away, or 2 minutes or 4 minutes away. I can read numbers occasionally.
Karim gamble.
4 minutes away. Karim is gambling. And now this is either going to be a gamble on the intermediate tyre, or it's going to be just serving his pit stop to get the mandatory tyre change done. That is an intermediate tyre. So Karim is going to hope that in a lap and a half, essentially, the rain comes down so significantly that he can get himself a good result here, but I don't think it will. I think that whilst it can come down very quickly here in Miami, I don't think it's going to. I think we've just not got enough lap time left to do this, so it's likely going to be a 13th place for him. At this stage, the track's not slick enough for those tyres to not start to overheat, and so he's just going to end up losing time to the cars in front, even if they're on old soft tyres, and then when he reaches them, he's then got to do the work of actually getting past them, and if it does get so wet that then the intermediate does become out and out the best tyre, then he's just going to be in a position where he's not going to have DRS to help him either. So it's too little too late, I think, for Karim.
I think so, but we've still got a squabble further back, all on the soft tyres as well. Noiguera might be in second for now, but he's got a queue in behind, and Kai fighting with GP as the 2 green cars make contact, coming in towards the turn 15 section, in towards turn 16. Luckily enough, no retirements for them, but still a major moment once again as Kai, Rasin Chai, Muraki, Lolinoba all make up this fight. Chai now on the hunt as he looks to bring down Kai, and in the process maybe even take down as well GB's Aston Martin as they come out of turn 17 again. Kai and GB once again go at it, the rear stepping out again for the Kicksauber as we now venture onto the final lap of this race, and Lolinoba! Oh, Rasin Chai! Goodness me, just got it all wrong, and the slippery surface now showing its true colours with those reasonably worn soft tyres that certainly don't like the circuit here at Miami.
No, they certainly do not. It was not just the Sauber of Formula Kai, it was lots of drivers. Even there, you can see the Ferrari sliding its way into the corner. Lots and lots of cars now losing that rear end grip. As you say, though, we're on the final lap, so I don't think it's going to ultimately mean they're going to lose out to the likes of Karim and others who've gambled on an intermediate tyre, but it does mean that it's going to be a much more precarious journey back to the checkered flag. And as we can see there, Alex Gillen in the bottom right of your picture. Now, I'm not going to repeat what the director has said, but we do have eyes on him for the rest of this lap, whilst we have our main focus on this battle here. Kai trying to hang it all the way around the outside of GB there, getting a couple of tyres off the circuit to be able to get the move done. Perfectly allowed, of course. And so as they go through, Kai has the lead of these cars for the time being, but he's not going to have DRS on the back straight if DRS is still enabled at that point. It might be disabled before then, and that could be the one saving grace for them, but as they start to come down the back straight now, it is still available to them. And there's a big slide in the background there for Lolinoba's Haas as they come down the back straight here. here. It will be DRS open now. As you can see, for all these drivers, it's going to get closer and closer between GB and Formula Kai. I think Kaido has enough of a lead, and it's in fact GB and Meraki fighting behind. Where has Meraki come from in all of this? But around the final turn now, put your hands together for an astounding drive. Alex Gillen takes the race win here in Miami from effectively the back of the grid, and across the line for second place comes Jake, and to the line, GB just holds on ahead of Formula Kai. Nogueira comes home in 5th place. Ben will come home in 6th, and then Formula Karim recovers all the way to 8th position. That rain came 1 lap too late for them.
Well, from a delayed flight to a 21st Creator Series victory, the DRS was disabled just before the checkered flag, but it did not disable Alex Gillen's chances of a race win here tonight. He goes ahead and takes and lifts aloft a race win around the Miami circuit for a 3rd time in the Creator Series, following up successes in Season 2 and also in Season 6. Well, he's done it again in Season 9. And what a display. Meraki sleuthing his way into P2 as well. He started 18th on the grid and finished in 2nd, gaining an almighty 16 places. GB, yet another podium going his way, despite starting on pole position. Wasn't able to take it from lights to flag, but a grand display to earn him more points in a championship fight that is tightening up all the time. Formula Kai picking up some major points in 4th as well. In terms of the championship, Dan, this is the best result we could have wished for, I would say, here at this stage.
Well, I mean, maybe the best result we could have wished for would be something like Safso getting the win, because Safso forever. But you know, we do love our Safso. Well, I do, certainly. I'll tell him that you weren't supporting him later on. But when it comes to this, then yeah, a really, really good result. You know, we had Alex not in that first race, and so he dropped his way down the table. Now, of course, with that win, he's going to rise all the way back up it again. He maybe won't be able to quite overhaul Ben with that result, but it's still going to be very good points scored, closing back in on Ben. And of course, Ben, you know, great result for them. So the gap ultimately will be larger than it was heading into this event, but it's not quite the absolute horror show that it could have been for Alex Gillen if he'd not been able to take part in both of those races. The other thing to remember, of course, we were talking about it at the end there, at the end of the previous race, but Jake could potentially have won this one if Gillen had not arrived back in time. But to quickly run down the order for you, we've got Gillen, Meraki, GB as your podium, with then Formula Kai in 4th, and from 4th down we have Nogueira, we have Ben, Lolinoba, Karim, that guy Vince, Tom, Razinchai, Nick Flies, Fabio, Adam Sanderson, Sasso, Scott Taylor, Blackmere, Matati getting overtaken right at the end, and an Ultra Killer, our only retirement of the race.
Well, there you have it, folks. Results there, loud and clear here, and loud and clear certainly in the race was indeed Alex Gillen. What a display! 11 points now is all that separates Tiamat Malik and Alex Gillen at the very head of the championship. But also, you've got to factor in big results for Formula Karim today, not to mention GB68 getting that podium place despite starting on pole. It certainly wasn't the display you would have wanted, but it's a podium nonetheless. In the meantime, we're going to head over to Josh Richards. It's clip time, Josh. Over to you.
Done it again. I'm not very good at this. Yeah, chaotic race here in Miami once again. And let's start off with this final lap. This was coming down towards turn number 17, I think. Formula Kai, unfortunately, making a mistake. He was quite comfortably in 2nd, locked up the rears. That allowed Jake and GB through. Kai got a little bit of a better exit, but ultimately he missed out on the podium by 0.008 of a second. It was such fine margins. But yeah, P2 there for Jake, getting that out of the final corner. Mistake there for the kick salvage driver, cost him the podium. Let's have a look back to lap 1 though. What happened here between Scott Taylor and Safso coming down towards turn number 1. So coming off the grid, I can't remember if it was a decent start for Safso or if it wasn't a great one for Scott. It looks like they both get away pretty evenly, but coming towards turn number 1, Safso looks at the outside and then the gap just closes, a bit of contact. Scott loses a couple of places, but neither of them actually coming off with damage. Pretty lucky to get out of that one unscathed. So yeah, pretty fortunate for both of them. They both managed to survive that. This is Scott's POV as well as to what happened coming down into turn 1. He was 3rd on the grid, of course, a little bit further ahead. But yeah, let's see. He gets a pretty decent start, actually fighting emphatic in towards the first corner. So probably more focused on the red car on the inside than the red arrow on the outside. Unfortunate bit of contact for them, cost him a couple of positions. I think he might have actually got a small bit of damage. doesn't look like it affected him too much. This is... I'm just going to have to watch. I can't really remember what happened here. This was lap number 7. Oh, there we go. Just a bit of contact there as they all bunched up in the final corner. Again, no damage. So the damage model being pretty forgiving here in this race as they all just bunched up there on the apex of that final corner. This was the incident between Karim, Razin, I think Nagera might have been involved as well. So this is coming down in towards turn number 11. The McLaren in front. And Razin has a bit of a look to the inside. You got the Ferrari, the Kicksauber, just a bit of contact there, spins them both around, and they all bunch up on the exit. That allows Nagera and Kai through, and Meraki as well. That's eventually what put them at the front of that train and gave them that advantage to the final stint. This is the clip from Karim's POV. So he does have that arrow on the inside, leaves the space on the outside. I think Razin just unfortunately understeers into the McLaren, and that's what cost them there. Eventually, GB also got caught up a bit in that one as well. Coming in towards the corner a little bit further back, had a bit of a look to the inside, and then they all spin in front. There was actually a bit of contact there, GB into the back of Razin. That might have been a contributing factor in that incident as well. And I think that is... Oh no, we've got one more here. Razin spin. This was on the penultimate lap as they started the final lap. As the rain has just started to come down, you can already see all the drivers really struggling with the rear end of the car, trying to get on the power, just couldn't quite do it. As they come up towards the start-finish line, a bit of contact there with Lolanoba as they come around across the line, unfortunately giving him the damage, and that's what dropped him down a couple of positions. I cannot remember where he finished. But ultimately, that's what cost Razin in that race.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Josh. Obviously, the soft tyres diminishing towards the end of their stint, and on top of that, adding the rain along with it. Obviously, not a soft tyre's best friend. And on top of that, I must say, I'm impressed how Safso did not change his facial expression once, even despite the collision with Scott Taylor right at the very start.
Well, that'll be all of his Botox. Just, it keeps everything firm.
Yeah, just plonks the glasses on top like this, just shelves them like that. I love it. Brilliant. Speaking of shelf, one man who's managed to achieve a massive P3 performance. Let's speak to him first, because I believe he is available. GB, welcome to the commentary box. You might be feeling somewhat disappointed that you couldn't come away with a victory in that last race, but it just seemed like the strategy, I think, went in Alex's favour. I think his opening stint outdid everything else, and I think the battling that you guys had towards the end of your first stint, I don't think helped either.
No, definitely not. I think, to be honest, I hadn't even considered that the race would end on slick tyres. I think sometimes when you see that one rain weather segment towards the end of a race, you're kind of like, it'll probably end in slicks. But normally when you see two, it's almost guaranteed to be on inters. So I was kind of like, well, we'll just run mediums to the end. And I didn't really put any thought into it until obviously the closing stages. And at which point the nail was in the coffin. As you said, all the fighting on the first, on that medium stint, clearly lost a lot of time. So obviously really disappointed with the day as a whole, because the first race I had 7 game disconnects, and then when I rejoined and worked my way through the pack, the AI put me on used mediums at the end when it said I had fresh. So that's the only reason I finished down in 12th in the first race. So it's just one of those. I say it all the time. You do need a bit of luck in Creator Series, especially in a championship, and unfortunately that wasn't the race. So
Yeah, with 26 podiums in total. I mean, that's not bad at all. I mean, that's something coming off the back of that last race. Looking ahead, championship is still very much in touching distance. It's actually, I would say, probably done wonders for the championship, that last race. So plenty more to come, and we still got well and truly a half to go. You must still remain quietly confident that there's still something to gain here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm kind of like, I'm never not confident every race, I guess, but I don't know. I need to look at my setup or something, because clearly I disconnected yesterday on stream as well and had the same issue. So I think there's something wrong my end. So obviously I need to get that sorted for next week. I think that's clearly the most important thing. But yeah, points wise, championship wise, I mean, what are we, halfway through the season now, pretty much?
Pretty much halfway through. Yeah, bang on halfway, yeah. I'd say. Yep. I
mean, you guys have seen so many changes in the championship. So it's literally anyone's to win in the top 6 or 7 or something. It's crazy close.
Yeah. Yourself, Dan, got some words of wisdom or something you can say to GB?
things to say to GB. There are so many things I could say to GB, including how it's nice to see his smile, because he was looking a bit grumpy when he first came into the VC. Yeah, I mean, at the end there, are you considering a career in boxing after that fight that you had with Formula Kai? Talk us through that.
Well, I want to see it from his POV, but I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah.
There was no squeezing into walls. There was no, there was a bit of wheel banging, but come on, we're in slicks and Inters conditions. There's obviously going to be contacts. I thought Kai fought really well. He obviously made that mistake final corner, which could have well cost him a podium, but I don't know what lap it was. We managed to go side by side through the sector 2 tight windy section.
Through to 14 and 15.
Yeah. I didn't get a warning either on the outside, which normally the outside car gets shoved wide. So credit to Kai again. He drove really fairly, and I always try and do the same. So it was really good. I think, if I'm honest, guys, the final stint definitely, as Dan said, maybe a bit less grumpy for sure.
Well, I mean, it definitely seems that the story was the soft tyres, wasn't it? They didn't seem to handle themselves very well at all around the Miami circuit.
Yeah, I actually didn't see what my deg was at the end because obviously the rain was the main factor. But my chat told me that Ben boxed after lap 8. So when I got to the point where we were considering the 2 slick stop and no inters, I was kind of like, how late do we want to leave this? Because the tyres clearly are not good. I obviously got it wrong in hindsight. I should have listened to my chat and gone 1 or 2 laps earlier. I think that would have left me maybe 5 seconds or so up the road and away from all the fighting. I mean, we'll never know, will we? So, in the end, considering where I came out on those softs, maybe like P8 or something, I will absolutely take a podium. Some great racing, and again, I want to say kudos to all the guys in that train, because I saw you guys rewatching an incident that I had with Razin and Karim. I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think it was caused by me bumping Razin, but it was so everyone was so bunched up and going quite slow that it was hard to see what happens. But aside from that, I thought it was really clean racing from everyone.
Yeah, really good. Really entertaining as well. But, I mean, congratulations. Big podium. And no doubt plenty more to come. Halfway through the season, more points to be won. Congratulations, GB.
Cheers, guys. See you next weekend.
See you next week. That's GB68, everybody. P3 at the end of race 2 in that last run that we had around Miami, around Hard Rock Stadium. We do have plenty more to talk to, though, because we can talk to Meraki as well, who currently sits in our VC waiting room, of course, finishing second in our last race there. Tremendous display from Meraki, actually quietly smoothed his way through the field. Hello, Meraki. A wonderful performance from you, pretty much from back to front near enough, I would say. You can't be too disappointed with that, surely.
Yeah, I'm very happy. The fact that we got pole. The one time I get pole, it gets robbed away from me because of a stupid wild card.
We took great joy in that, by the way.
Mate, I was so happy in the VC. I was literally like, how have you guys let me get pole? That was a terrible lap, and now I'm starting P20.
I feel cruel, Dan. I feel cruel.
I don't. I love the taste of creator tears. It's why I have come up with the wild card for next week. So that's going to be worse than anything you've ever seen.
Never do it again.
Never again.
But yeah, both races, I'm very happy. P20 to I think it's P4. I finished race 1, wasn't it?
I believe you finished
or third.
I think it was 4th. You finished 4th.
Okay. Yeah. So P20 to P4 and then P18 to P2. I can't really complain. I would have liked to win in either of those races, but I
that
kind of
sounds like a complaint to me, there, Jake.
It's a constructive complaint. I just made that up. I have no idea.
I mean, you've arguably been, in my opinion, the most consistent grid this season. I mean, you may have only had one podium coming into tonight's race or into tonight's round. I mean, you had obviously the first round at United States, when we went to Texas. You finished second there. I mean, since then, it hasn't been podiums, but it's been consecutive 4th place finishes. I mean, if you look at it, that's your, if I'm not mistaken, your 5th, 4th place in race 1. That's bizarre this season. And then you've just followed it up with your second P2 finish. You haven't actually finished outside really of, you haven't finished outside the top 8. Actually, 8th was your worst result back at Austria. Since then, aside from that one result, it's been points within the top 5. So, that's not bad.
I would have finished outside the top 8 if we didn't have that restart. But yeah, in the waiting room, Alex said to me that I'm P2 in the championship now, 7 points
Yep.
behind P1, and I haven't won a race all season, whereas everyone else around me has. So,
Yeah. Those
just
top
you
5
know,
performances, they're the secret, obviously.
it's the consistency. It's the consistency. I'm pretty sure Elray, when he was here, he was really consistent. That's kind of what helped him get his championship. So, we taking a page out of his book.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it continues.
Yeah, well, we hope. Do you think it'll continue, Dan?
It's sorry, I had a brief moment. I blacked out when some sort of Spanish word was mentioned, but there we go. We had, I think that Jake's in a great position going forwards, and should be a good, interesting scrap for the rest of the season. Have you got anything that you feel like in terms of a circuit coming up? You might think, that's mine. That's my time to get the race win.
I mean, what have we got coming up? Have we got Jeddah, Bahrain?
That's why I asked you. I've not checked. So,
in fairness, I haven't either. So
Well,
I have no idea.
We do have an Australia coming up. That's coming up soon. But unfortunately,
Okay.
I can't tell you what next week is because it's mystery. So
great.
you won't know. But Australia comes up at round 8. We got China after that, and we do have Japan, Bahrain, Jeddah. So there's some interesting ones
Okay.
coming up.
Okay. I don't like China, but all the others, I think everyone.
That's all the
tar race
context
them,
we
really.
need for that comment, by the way.
Yeah.
We don't. That's it. We'll just move on. Thanks, Jake, for the interview. And there's the end of his career. It's been a wonderful time.
No. At least
In
let
the
me get a
mud.
win first, please. Let me get a win, please.
I think you need to work a little bit harder for that.
I do. Or we can stop letting Alex Gillen get so lucky. Because if his train was delayed by another 3 minutes, I would have won this race.
I would argue he was unlucky because he was meant to compete in the first race.
True. I mean, I think I've got ahead of him in the championship, really, haven't I? So I can't complain. I can't complain.
No, it's a good performance, Jake. Congratulations, honestly. Like I said, the most consistent
Thanks.
driver this season in the Creator Series, and still in potentially in the frame for your second World Championship. So it's not too bad at all. So, Jake, well done. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Yeah,
See
all the
ya.
best. See ya. That's Jake, everybody.
Bye bye.
Meraki joining us in the commentary box. Never a dull moment, that's for sure. Alex Gillen, let's speak to the man with the most popular stream on a Monday, the Monday Debrief. It was very nearly going to be a conversation about Ryanair flights, but luckily enough, we get to talk about race results. We have got Alex Gillen. Alex, I think all I can say is I think that race win came down to that first stint, that final stage of the first stint, because you did absolutely phenomenally on soft tyres, really, considering how poor they were, I would say, around the Miami circuit.
I feel like my inexperience and lack of practice maybe helped me in that race. Very strange one. I honestly think the leaders were both watching each other too much, so allowed themselves to get undercut by 12 laps, or were just going too all in for the rain. I didn't feel like I was being a strategic genius in that race. It wasn't intentional. I just ran the
It
softs
seemed that way.
Well, thank you, but I just ran the softs till they could run no more, and then box the mediums and just kept going. I mean, the pace did seem to be pretty good. Managed to catch a few guys that were on a similar strategy and overtake them, which was good. Stayed out of trouble as well, especially at the end of the rain. But I just think the other guys just watched each other and allowed me just to take it by 7 seconds. I was a bit speechless afterwards, to be honest. Definitely shocked, that's for sure.
Well, so are we. I mean, I was watching the deltas come down, and I was saying, hang on a minute. I mean, I was looking at the top end runners. Obviously, they decided to box that. I think are absolutely spot on. Many of them were chancing their arm at the rain coming down later on. I think then plugging for the intermediate tyre, thinking that would usurp your soft tyre strategy. But I mean, honestly, it just seemed to me that they were in a different world altogether, and it kind of came to a head. I must say the softs didn't perform. I would say I think they were, and the combination of the degradation, I think on top of that, the rain coming down, I think helped you out as well to a certain degree and level. But at the end of the day, you've got to be the one to pull it off. And really, Ben was on the same strategy you were, and you were much faster as a driver.
I mean, Ben boxed 3 laps before me, so
Yeah.
I did have a small advantage there for sure. But I literally, I mean, the softs would go no longer. My rears were on about 70% when I boxed on lap 10 from softs. So I literally just ran them till they could go no more. Lost DRS, they were dying. Right, let's get in, let's box, and then just sort of did my race. That's why I'm shocked, because it was like there was no massive hard battles, there was no DRS games, there was no you know, there was no like, oh, I've got all this planned out, guys. This is going to happen. It was just sort of me doing my race. And then we get to the flag and I've won it. It was a bit like that. It was very strange. But hey, I'll take it after no practice.
The chat were all saying you were there. So that's good.
Very good.
You were there. Dan, anything to say? You want to cripple his confidence for us?
Yeah, bring me down
on this occasion, absolutely not. No, that was brilliant. It was great driving. It's usually I take every opportunity, as we've seen in all the other interviews, to try and have a go at the drivers, but I'm not going to this time because Alex genuinely did a really good job. It was, you know, mentioned that you went 3 laps longer than Ben, you went 4 laps longer than Safso on the same tyre, and I think that, I mean, it was one of the sort of observations I made in commentary is that maybe because you were a bit further back than those drivers, you're in the sort of the midfield where the average pace is that bit lower, that sort of helped you to then stay in the DRS train, not really be swamped and overtaken as those guys were in front. So maybe it kind of generated something of a sort of a false view of a loss in pace for those guys in front of you in Safso and Ben, because, you know, they're being overtaken by the really quick drivers on the mediums and disappearing off into the distance, whereas you're sort of in amongst that mid-pack, getting used to the DRS, and so that then keeps you in step with them.
I mean, it's been a while since I've been able to say this on the F1 game, but I think it might have been a bit of beginner's luck, weirdly, today. Having not done practice, not having a clue what the mediums really felt like, or what the wear was like, just start on the softs, ran them till they could run no more, went to mediums. I think if I knew how durable the mediums were, because they were a lot more durable, I maybe would have done Ben's strategy box a bit earlier, tried to go with Ben, maybe work with Ben, but a bit of naivety almost on just like, well, I don't really know what I'm doing. And as you say as well, just being in the pack, I was in DRS most of it. I was trying to be smart, battle smart, and, you know, make sure I was keeping DRS, recharging at the right times, and just sort of really obliviously going about my race without really realizing I was about to win it. It was genuinely only about a lap from the end that I was like, hold on, this is done. Like, what? It was, you know, I obviously could see the position, and I did overtake Karim with the mindset that it could chuck it down. I could have to go to Inters. I want a bit of a gap, so that was obvious. But I was just still expecting the guys behind to catch massively, or for it to chuck it down, rain, for it to be even. I just didn't. Yeah, just beginner's luck and a bit of naivety, but hey, I'll take it.
Well, on top of a baffling win, you've just made it your 3rd win around Miami as well. So that's incredible as well, because you had your first one back at Season 2 after going pole. So you went from lights to flag, and then you went pole again in Season 3. But you didn't win that one. Rasin Chai got that, but you had it again in Season 6 after Matty D13 won the sprint. So truly remarkable. 3 wins.
on feature races then, is that 3 out of 4 at Miami, apparently?
It is, yes. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know I was good at Miami.
That's why I said it was a good record. I said it was a good record at the start of the broadcast. So there you go. You know,
and you challenged him, Alex.
He challenged
said in our chat, what's my record then?
He needs to listen to me more, Dan. I'm telling you now. He's just...
He does. Do you know, I said I wasn't going to take the mickey. I'll change my mind just for that comment there. But there we go.
I asked because I genuinely didn't know. When he said, oh, he's got a good record at Miami, I was like, have I? Okay,
Listen,
what is it then?
I don't do this for fun, you know. I don't do this for fun. I
did trust you, but that's the point, is I knew you'd have the data, so I thought, all right, give me the data then. And then you had it, of course you did.
I did have the data. Hey, listen, well, on top of having the data, you've taken more points. You've closed the championship gap now. It's getting very tight up there. Can't wait to see how it unfolds. We've got plenty of races to come. How's your confidence?
I mean, after that race, pretty sky high. It felt great. I did make a couple of last minute sort of setup changes, going a bit more aggressive on setup. After in Spa last time, GB went quite aggressive and I was just a bit worse for wear because of it. So I did go a bit more aggressive. I think that helped. I think I'll definitely carry that into the future. But yeah, maybe I'm just a Miami specialist. So whatever the next track is, maybe I'll be in the mud again. We'll see. But yeah, it was a good race. I'll absolutely take it. Maybe I should arrive at the very last second more often.
Yeah. Take some flights again. Yeah, brilliant. Congratulations, Alex. Wish you all the very best. We'll see you next week.
Cheers, guys. Hope you enjoyed the race. Bye.
We did. We certainly did. Alex Gillen, everyone. Race winner. Yeah, we got to speak to this man. Tom the Bomb is back, and he's bombing in with us here this time from his brand new rig. It's Tom. Welcome back to the Creator Series. It's been far too long, sir. Great to see you back in the colours of Alpine in this series. And I have to tell you, hey, listen, I want you to tell us a bit more about this rig, because I've been following the development process of this, right? And it's been fascinating to watch, because you've redone this entire room. I've been watching it from start to finish. I mean, I remember when you were right in the early stage and you were knocking walls down, you were ripping floorboards out, everything from start to finish. Just talk us through this process. How long has it been, and how does it feel?
You want to see it?
We can see it.
He's moving. That feels strange. I'm backing away.
Hold on. It's gonna go left and right now. Then I'll stop it. Oh my goodness, it's like going like this. Watch. Right now. Oh, here we go.
Goodness me. Is that the porpoising? Yeah. And we open up the DRS.
Your suspension's too soft if it's rolling that
as
much.
you can see, I've got no rear wing, mate.
Yeah, you got no engine. How do you expect to go anywhere in that?
Yeah.
I make my own sounds, Daniel. I always do that.
I was quite relieved when he said he had a hard wall behind the drywall earlier on, because I thought, goodness me, if it's just drywall, then he's going straight out the building. I thought he was going to be in trouble. But yeah, no. I mean, listen, Tom, it's so good to have you back. We've missed you since the start of the season, obviously, and it's great to see you partnered up with Razin, a teammate combination that has worked so well in the past. And I have to say, for a baptism of fire, brand new rig, it's one thing, like Tim at Marduk, to go from one wheel manufacturer to another. You've gone not just from new technology to other technology. You've just basically taken your entire setup, flipped it upside down, and brought in probably the most immersive bit of equipment you could ever see in sim racing. I mean, this is phenomenal. Talk us through it. You must be thrilled after today.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing a couple, like, I genuinely just finished setting everything up, like, yesterday or something like that. And then I was like, okay, am I still going to make it for the Creator Series? I was like, okay, I'll have to do it. There was still a few things that I kind of should have figured out before going live today, but it was I just really wanted to go and get back into it, because it took 2 months to build this whole studio from scratch, like all the walls. Incredible. Like not just the simulator, but also like everything else, because I've got a second simulator, a desk setup, and then to install the simulator I had to, it's basically like an F1 car, right? Well, it is, but like to actually install everything, you have to go through little tubes that are like this wide, so it's really hard to get through with all the cables. Like the nose, if I get rid of the nose, it literally looks like an F1 car with all the cables and everything. Like I had to like use like little screwdrivers to get in there, and like it was really tough, but yeah, it was so worth it. What I found to drive today.
What I found incredible, because to build on your point about the nose cone, and because obviously I commentate the Frecker races in the Euro Formula, and obviously I look at the nose cones on that, and obviously you get the inner suspension, arms and the brackets, so you can see the springs all inside. What I found fascinating, and it was like, I was blown away by this. Obviously, you had the top of the nose cone off the car, and obviously you could see the inner workings, the connections to the steering. And not to mention the pedals as well, and all the springs that were centered around that, and the wiring that fed through as well. Fascinating, and I just love that touch. I just think it adds so much to that experience.
I mean, as a sim racer, you never really feel like you're kind of like making a car, right? But with this, even though it was kind of similar to making a simulator, right? Like what I had before, it felt like I was actually building a car for some reason. I mean, it looks like a car from the outside, but
it looks like a car.
Obviously, it doesn't have wheels. It doesn't have wheels, but
no.
Yeah, I felt like an F1 engineer for a day building it.
Yeah. So are Alpine now booking their simulations through?
Yeah. I mean, secretly, I'm doing some test sessions. Trying to see if I can help Jack Doohan and Pierre Gasly.
Paul Aaron.
I'm going to be the Ford Reserve driver, Franco Colapinto, I'm coming for your job.
Look out, Tom's on a charge. I mean, Dan, it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, just to have this piece of equipment in this standard of league racing.
It's all right. I'm not jealous at all. It's brilliant. It's very, very cool. I would love for something like that. But the main question, of course, Tom, is this going to get Alpine branded, or is it going to be Tom branded? What's going to be the
livery?
Situation
there?
Livery.
Come on.
We can't be in a black car for forever.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, right now it's just the glossy black, but I will be putting a livery on there.
Looks like carbon. You can't fool us.
No, it's not carbon. No. If F1 would put in a regulation that you can't have any carbon,
He's gone for last season's Alpine strat.
No, but there will be logos here. Like, I'm gonna make it. I don't know if you've seen my F1 Manager livery in the official F1 Manager game, like the orange and white and like the black base. Similar to that, with like lightning bolts and stuff, and then a little logos.
Those are your colors, right?
Creator Series logo somewhere. I don't know. You guys pick the spot,
I love it. Phenomenal. Yeah. Phenomenal. I mean, it looks incredible, Tom. I mean, congratulations on a huge project, and obviously today's results as well. I mean, there were some great ones there. In terms of the future, what does this mean for your content as well, for the fans who watch you? Because obviously you have a lot of them. Obviously, we had a raid off you earlier today for that as well. What can they expect going forwards in terms of what Tom's all about now?
George, I am so back. We are so back. We are flipping back. We are back. Although I will miss the next two creators here.
Well, I'm your emoji maker. I'm your emoji maker. So there we go.
Oh, true. Yeah, that was a beautiful emote. But I will miss the next two ones. So I think we need to figure this out. But I think I'm ahead of Infratic in the championship after doing one race this season. So if that's the case, Fabio,
that says a lot about Fabio.
Put the fries in the bag, man. Put the fries in the bag.
You're out. You're gone. I must say, phenomenal. And what a performance. And it's great to see you back, mate. And we wish you all the very best. And can't wait to see this rig in action again. Well done.
Yeah, me too. See you guys soon.
Yeah, we'll see you again. Tom, everybody. It's Tom Brouwer, everybody.
No, you messed it up, man. It's Tom the Bomb.
Tom the Bomb.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, goodbye, Tom. Goodbye. Pleasure having him as always. Tom back in the Creator Series. He's taking a 2-week break, though, but he'll be back again. Can't wait to see him return. And what a human being as well. Quite rightly. One of the most feel-good guys, I think, in the Creator Series, Dan.
Do we need to let you two have a room together? Is that?
Yes.
Do you just need some things to figure out with Tom?
I'm a big fan of the rig. Honestly,
it's 2025. You can do whatever you like. But
no.
Just let us all know, because I feel as though it's getting a bit intimate now. It's all on the internet for everyone to see.
I admire the innovation, Dan. I'm a big innovator head. I love it. I love where sim racing's going. If this future, I'm all for it. I mean, Josh, your reaction?
I'm really not good at this.
Josh, he's got the confidence to get speaking straight away, but maybe not the memory that, I moved to my microphone.
We have to rechristen him Mute, I think, going forward. Over to Mute.
Yeah, exactly. Josh, Mute Richards. Yeah,
it's a bit of a habit. I've done that pretty much every single time. Yeah, it's really impressive though. Looking at it, I've also been following it for quite a while. I mean, who wouldn't love to drive in that? To be honest, it looks really fun.
Yeah, and in terms of the performances tonight, Josh, any eye catches, any serious moments? Obviously, you were clipping here, there, and everywhere. Was there a drive stuck out? I think obviously we can look at Gillen's strategy on one level, but then there was race one as well with the Lolan Ober and Karim moment. Just tell us your standout moment, your thoughts.
I mean, it was such a chaotic race. Everybody was all over the place. I think one thing that's really been highlighted is Meraki's consistency has been up there. He was pretty strong in both races. Obviously, Gillen as well in that final race, he did very well.
Yeah, and Dan, we talk about the championship now. It's getting closer. We've still got many contenders. We've still got half the season to go. It certainly seems to be a trend that we're going to be seeing, I think, new winners crop up here, there, and everywhere, because obviously Lolan Ober taking his first, and whilst obviously Alex Gillen is a proven winner, there were plenty of podium sitters that we haven't necessarily seen at the top on a regular basis, and plenty of top 8s, top 7s that could yet filter their way through in the weeks to come.
Potentially, yeah. I certainly hope there are more race wins, first-time race winners, I should say, because then my new silly rule, that is definitely a rule now and can never be taken away because it's on a broadcast, will get used more often. We should have more Anthem karaoke I agree. In the box here.
That's a Dan Gilligan feature going forward.
Exactly.
We're making that happen.
So there we go. I'm really hoping that we get some more good results. I think that when we have a bit more jeopardy and there's something a bit more unusual going on, that's Creator Series at its best. It's a bit like what I was saying earlier on. We don't want serious racing. We don't want people being like, I've got to get all of the best bits of the setup and the strategy and everything's got to be perfect. No, let's just have everybody have a good time and we make great content. It's like that. At the end of the race there, GB could have gone on a whole rant about how, the driving standards were terrible at the end of the race with everyone crashing into each other. No, he said it was great. It was brilliant. Of course there's going to be a bit of contact when you're all close together on slicks on a wet track. That's what we want to see.
It is. It's brilliant to see. And I think today has been one of those unique streams. I think one of those new broadcast where bizarre things have happened. We've had it all tonight. I mean, obviously red flags, desyncs, problems, etc. But we've come back and we fought through this broadcast. Everybody, amazing. Obviously, Dan, I offered Josh this opportunity as well. Talk about some moments that really caught your eye. Anything in particular that you can think of from our 2 races?
I think there was that overtake from Tom, I think it was, in the sort of the back part of Sector 2. Just managed to get it all done, and it was magical. It was Tom or Razin, I think, one of the two, but I'm fairly certain it was Tom. I think you know the one I'm on about, right, George?
Yeah, I do,
you're nodding along there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It was a brilliant move, and I think, as you said at the time, one of the moves of the season as well. It was really, really cool. I think also just... And in the new sim. And the other thing as well that really stood out to me was how the drivers had to really contend with the car. It's one of the reasons I love wet weather in racing, generally speaking, whether it's the real world, whether it's virtual, anything else like that, because it just adds in this sort of this dynamic of, things are a bit more treacherous now. You can practice hours and hours on end and sort of get every apex and every this, that, and the other in the dry weather. But when you get a bit of rain coming down, just sprinkling away and getting everything that little bit moist, then it can be particularly good fun. George, are you having any giggle there? Am I using the word?
Sorry.
Moist.
I'm such a child, everybody.
Yes.
Incredible. Right, yeah, so moving swiftly on. We have the standings to look at as well. We'll go through those. We'll have a look at those, just to give you guys an update as to where they currently sit. Let's buzz through them. Of course, getting started with the driver standings, we've got Tim Marduk. We can confirm that the standings have not updated correctly just yet, folks. So we will come back to that. We won't be long. We'll be right back to the standings very shortly. So do not go away. Just for the benefit of our broadcast team behind the scenes, we're going to use the term moist again as we wait for those driver standings. Much like it was in Miami for race 1. Here are the driver standings. 132 points here for Tim Marduk. That looks better. 7 points is the gap now. Meraki moving up into second, as he quite rightly said. Alex Gillen now in third as well. It was so important that he arrived back in time to do that second race, because it's kept him in that fight, and he's level on points with Formula Karim. Now that is spicy. We've got GB68 on 114 as well. We've got 5 drivers all above a century right now. Incredible. We've still got half the season to go. Rasin Chai on 94. Lolinoba, big win tonight after the first race. Obviously, very controversial ending given the smash, but what a moment it was. That guy Vince in 8th, Noiguera in 9th, Ricky 03 in 10th, Safso in 11th place. Picked up some key points actually in race 1, slightly missed out in race 2. Formula Kai finishing in 12th, Matati in 13th, Nick Flies 14th. Tom on his return, already, as he so rightly said, surpassing Infratic. Well, he's also surpassed Hayden Gullis and Scott Taylor as well, and has managed to accrue 20 points in his brand new sim after a fantastic finish in race 1, and consequently race 2 performing brilliantly again as well. Scott Taylor in 16th, as we said. Hayden Gullis obviously not performing tonight, 17th. Infratic, who had probably the best chance of anybody to take a first win or even another podium, actually not scoring many points at all, actually sits down in 18th place. He's got to take a severe look at himself. What a Ferrari thinking. F1 Alex down in 19th as well. Grid Jokes as a reserve in 20th place. We'll move onwards to the now as we take a look at where the teams sit as well. P1 currently going to Aston Martin. GB picking up some key points, managing to keep Visa Cash App RB at bay. You could argue, though, Visa Cash App probably making grander strides, I would say, to a certain degree after that big win for Alex Gillen. Mercedes in third, still hanging in there, but they had some results tonight. Adam Sanderson once again performing. I'm intrigued to see where that trajectory goes for Adam Sanderson, also known as Devon Butler, and Benjamin Daly also in the frame to be world champion still. McLaren in fourth as well on 143. They're only going to rise with is shown for the likes of Formula Karim. He is far from done at this stage despite being fourth in the championship. Alpine down in fifth on 138. They could ascend as Tom looks to come back. Remember though, he is out for the next 2 rounds. Red Bull in sixth on 133. Haas on 104, picking up some major points to break into that century from Lolinoba earlier tonight. Ferrari in 8th place. You need Fabio to pull his finger out, with Williams in 9th on 68. Sauber on 42 in 10th place. Saucy stuff, Dan.
Saucy. Yes. That's what we like to see. So I like that I can say 2 words and it gets a giggle out of George. That's when I know I've had a good stream. Is when I've been able to just get George to break down in the middle of the stream with the amount of times he has a giggle.
It's getting easier by the moment. I have to say. I have to say. No, honestly, Dad, it's always a pleasure. Great to have you back in the commentary box as well. Just to say, because it's been a while. It's been a long time.
It has.
Glad we can reunite once more. Now we've come to the portion where we talk about the socials and try and get you guys ranking on it right now. If you would swiftly be so kind as to leave a follow to the Creator Series Twitch channel, we really appreciate it. So all you viewers across the globe, big thank you for tuning in with us here at the Creator Series, powered by EA Sports F1 and IMB as well. Like I said, leave a follow to the Twitch, and also if you've been tuned in on YouTube, big hello to all of you as well. Please leave a subscribe and a like to stay up to date with all live streams here concerning the Creator Series, and also check out the videos we have as well. We've got driver reactions crossing the line and the highlights, and not forgetting as well, beam me up Scotty as well, providing us with the meme video as well every week, which has been a big hit in recent times, so give him some love as well. If you've enjoyed the content as well, check out the socials at F1 Creator Series on Twitter, Instagram and TikTok. That is where you can find all the reels that get uploaded on a regular basis, and make sure you show your support on those. They're really good. Check those out. In the meantime, why not, if you've enjoyed the crew as well here as well, you can check us out as well. Us commentators who have brought you all the action, along with our brilliant broadcast team behind the scenes. Josh, firstly over to you. Where can the good people find you?
Yeah, so my Twitch channel, It's Chocolate. You'll find me occasionally streaming there, or you can find me commentating most of the time on the STRL Twitch channel.
Yeah, it's not mute. If you type that in, you won't find him. Daniel Gilligan, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, a few places you can find me. Here on Twitch, you'll sometimes, or at the moment certainly, you'll hear me talking an awful lot more like this, because over on my channel we are doing a simulated season of the 1967 Formula One World Championship, and I talk like this the whole time. So if you are interested in that sort of thing, then that's what I'm doing over on my Twitch channel. And tomorrow, surprise, there is a new episode of my podcast. We're coming back for a second season, the Race O'Clock podcast. You can find that on all the various different platforms for podcasting. Go and give that a look up if you want to see what we were saying last year in the pre-season, before life got very busy for me and I had to stop doing the podcast. But we're back, and we'll be having an episode out tomorrow.
I can attest, it's a very good listen, everybody, so make sure you check that out. I've enjoyed that as well in my prior time, and you never know, you might catch me as a special guest one day as well. Not making any pushes towards Daniel Gilligan at all. Gareth
Allen has also pointed out in the chat that Race is his favourite podcast. So there we go. That's a slightly different thing altogether there.
Very different, I can say. That's his evening show, everybody. But
that's
yes,
the one on OnlyFans.
And you have to pay a subscription for that one. But yes, everyone, big thank you to every single one of you. If you want to check me out as well, I'm at George Morgan TV on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. It's all the same. But it has been a great pleasure. Big thank you to every single one of you. Big thank you to the broadcast team as well. Gareth Allen as well, working behind the scenes. Gareth, say hello to the good people. Are they allowed to hear you or not? Okay, he can't be bothered, so I'm just going to speak for him. Make sure you check out Gareth Allen, our whiz behind the screen. Thank you so much, Gareth. I know you can hear me. So there we go.
Gareth, what did you just say? Gareth, no, you can't say that on the internet.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's a good thing he's muted. Honestly,
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It doesn't take that much setup. I didn't say anything. Daniel's making it up. Daniel's making it up.
Is he actually coming through now? Have you actually made him come through? So it was possible. Oh, so there we are. What a bizarre finish. He's a fraud, everyone. Incredible. What a fraud. But yes, no, it's been phenomenal. Thank you so much, everybody. Wherever you are watching in the world, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you next time for another mystery race. We'll see you for round 7. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.